Thank you, MK. Thank you, Octavs, for joining. You're second. Yes, I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to get. I'm gonna have to get a board up and do that one for myself. I think PC Diddy. He's right. I think I'm gonna try and get a whiteboard. God knows where I'm gonna put it. I can't even put a tree up in here. So I really wanted to get so I can put everyone's names down. Who's first, second, and third. You know. Might be able to come up with that. Yeah. Can't essentially get anywhere in here. Why Andy's gone away? I thought, right, he's had to dart out. So I thought, why everyone's so I thought some of my bits have turned up. Chill. You already did that before. You asked. There's a reasons why you can have fast enough fugue in the west. Thanks, MK. You already did that before I even asked. Yeah, so what I wanted to do is I'm coming back. Obviously, I don't know who suggested. I needed to order some bits for this Atari. This is another Atari 2600. Obviously, this one's got a problem. Where it looked like it congested down to that. Yeah, that Engage tugged that out of the day. So it's true. Yes, it is. So yeah, I wanted to come back to this because obviously we found it was a faulty regulator that we come. So anyway, these turned up from China. So obviously you couldn't buy one; you have to buy a pack of 10. They're cheap enough. They're bloody £4 shipping, and these end up being £1.75. You know, for 10. It's ridiculous. So I thought, well, these are ideal for these Ataris at the end of the day, and also. Which, yeah, this is what I was saying. Simple Tech really should have one of these. Again, thanks to Mr. Lovely Pico, recommended. I've not got one of these, which is the old Atari. Yes, the old 2600. Hence the old Pac-Man and all that. So I fixed the first one. Ended up being a bad faulty pot. This one looks like it was pointing towards the voltage regulator. So we're going to change it. Also, I managed to get myself, and Simple Tech, if he ever watches these channels, because sometimes he pops in, Yorkshire Dave, thank you for popping in, my friend. Yeah, Simple Tech really should get one of these. Instead of bloody with capacitors and bits of wire, because he deals with high voltage capacitors when he's amplifiers, he should get one of these. It's a digital capacitor discharger. Mr. Andy. Oh, didn't know you was on, my friend, because I knew you had to dart out. I thought he was going to argue with you there for a minute. Ladies, ladies first. That's it. Oh no. No, I'm just walking back now. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, didn't know. Sorry, my friend. I didn't know. Oh no. So again, because Andy's got one of these. Well, not this specific one, but I thought Mr. Pico said get yourself a voltage, digital capacitor discharger. So I thought, yeah, it makes sense because these are dangerous. You shouldn't be mucking around. Obviously, this board's obviously got a 36 volt cap on this. So obviously, I don't want to get zapped on that. So I thought it makes sense to actually get it. Yeah, you know what I mean. You touch it. I'd see enough of Simple Tech mucking around, and when he put the meter, it was 115 volts. I went, Jesus, he's going to kill himself. Then get one of these. He'd end up being about £17. It's worth it. It's up to 1,000 volts. So I mean, it even says it up to 1,000. So anything above that, obviously, I'll blow it to smithereens. But 1,000 volts is more than enough for what this machine. So I'm going to put it to test once I put this in. We'll see if we can discharge it by touching it, and it'll be the safer way. Because again, you don't want to get zapped in the process on that front. So I'm just hoping that this was the fault, because obviously I didn't have these 78s, 7805s, these LCs. So it makes sense to we'll swap one in. Obviously, I had to break out the old Ferguson TV, because obviously these take the old bayonet type things, because you can't, again, things like what Andy was mucking about with VCRs, you need an old CRT. I mean, obviously I had to repair that because that exploded. and end up being a couple of bad caps that got wiped out in the process. But replace them, actually fixed it. So she's back up and running. So that was one good aspect. So Andy's walking back now by the sounds of it. So obviously he's going to go back to screaming. So if you guys want to jump over, by all means, go for it. You know, it's but actually these look better leads than mine. Cool, yeah, they're probes. God, stick them in here. God, they're really, really pointy. Yeah, I'd recommend be careful as you use these. You can stab yourself. And by the sound of it, that'll end up being me. Because the times I used to do that, stab myself. So I thought, no, pop them back on there. No, it's all right. You can stay there. And then bully me. No, I don't do things like that. We don't believe in bullying. And as I said in live streams, we don't call people by our names. We call, like I've always believed, privacy means everything to people these days. So we always go by, back in the early 80s when I used to do the CBs. And everyone had a handle name. Hence, MK's got his handle name. SRO, you've got yours, Yorkshire Dave. So we don't call people by their first names because obviously data protection and all that means a lot to people. And you obviously can't post it today anyway. You'll have the police banging at your door. So, yeah, probably not the greatest of aspect sides of it. Now, yesterday... Shut up, man. So, yes... yesterday I managed to fix the Sharp VD 3500. Obviously, it had a blown chip, so I bought a secondary one and managed to get it fixed. Yeah, even though I fixed it, it's still got some issues. I noticed that one side on the tape now. No, Charles, please. No, sorry, Hot Cows, please. No. What's they on that front? The tape side's playing on one side. It sounds muffled on one side, but it plays with the record, and the obviously the radio seems to be working fine, but it still stands a little bit distorted. So I'm pointing more now towards it could be caps related, and because I swapped that board, then caps didn't look great. So I'm going to still come back to the third part on there, buy the proper capacitors and swap the caps out on that front. Obviously I'm waiting for the chip on that, so there's still some bits and pieces. I'm just hoping now, obviously today being the 8th, it's obviously enough creeping up very quickly, and some of this stuff's got to come from China, so I don't know if I'm going to actually receive it. So let's get this replaced. I'm just hoping this is going to fix this Atari. This was working lovely. I changed the capacitor and the voltage regulator, but obviously these voltage regulators can just go down at any one time. So I'm going to put in a new voltage reg and see if this makes a difference. Now, before I do it, I'm going to run it on. I'm just going to put the voltage. Ouch! See, just stabbed myself. Yeah, that's not professional, is it? That front. So. No, we called him man. My wife's called Mandy. Oh, that's weird. Oh no. Now, obviously, diode. We need this in. I think it's like a mega ohm resistance. Now, obviously, we should get voltages between the left and the right. So, obviously, the ground, which is reading 21. And that's 5. So that's perfect. Now the chip that I took off, which is here, we should be getting the same readings as that. So I'm going to try that. That sounds about right, 22. And we get 6. So this chip is 100% gone. And we're getting 5. So we're getting 5 on one side, but 6 on the other. On this one, the brand new one, we're getting 22. So that indicates to me that was a brand new chip and that had gone 40. We're getting actually 21. So all for the sake, and that was a brand new LS, the L7805 chip. This voltage regulator, again, brand new, and it literally has gone 40. So I was 100%. I thought, check these, because if there's not enough voltage, it won't go back and power up the rest of the chips, because obviously it pulls up to roughly around about 9 to 10 volts. That's what them the charger caps on it. So one side works okay, but obviously one side is only pulling about 6. It should be roughly on 22, and you just see that. So we're going to put this in, and I need some thermal grease. Now, I did have some thermal greasing stuff on that, because obviously half of that's worn off. That's a lot. And I've got to stop using other flux. For some reason, this flux here, yesterday when I used it, this was good flux. It's got stuff inside it. I've never seen flux like that, to be totally honest. It was so sticky, it was worse than glue. It stuck my fingers together. So I thought, obviously, I've got the Kimbo that I ordered this off. Who's the other YouTuber? I forgot his name. The Coder. I went on his website and got that off the Coder's website. And also, I managed to get some liquid solder paste. Now, again, this stuff's bloody expensive. I try not to use it until until I run out on that front, because this stuff is dear, but it's really good at the same time. It does do the job. It looks like a mountain. Oh no, NK, really? It does, yeah. It does the job, but it leaves. It's so sticky on that front. So when this is empty, I'm going to use it up. I don't like throwing things away, because obviously, I'm going to need to get that changed over, and then start using some of this stuff up. But I want to use some of the other stuff what Joey Does Tech. He's obviously got some great stuff on there, and he ordered some, and it was absolutely, yeah, it's not pretty at all. So I'm going to use a little bit of thermal compound MX6. Now, obviously, you've got MX5. MX6 is the new formula. This stuff's thicker. Use it for CPUs. So I'm only going to pour a little bit at the back of it. Jesus, I can't even. It won't even come out. Really? Oh, it would help, wouldn't it? If I took the bloody lid off it. Oh no, I thought, why ain't it coming out? I thought, oh no. So, well, we've got shakes today. Oh, if I cry. It's so thick, this stuff. This is the trouble. Where's me sponges? Oh no. So it looks like the voltage reg is completely gone bye-bye. So hopefully this will fix. This spatula. Get these at the pan shop. These are great. When I used to build the old PCs, this is what I used to put on the old. And again, it's good for consoles as well. So hopefully, you only need a little bit, because this stuff spreads like you wouldn't believe anyway. You've got to put some on there, at least. That's it. So what I've done, I've only put a smidgen on that, because obviously the back of that, I could put a little bit more in, wouldn't it? Yeah. So these only go around one way, even though you can put them back to front, but you don't have to worry about on these old Ataris. So I've got to bend this over now, and obviously make the legs. Hopefully, this will bring this Atari back to life. Just for reference, to send one of these old Atari boards off to get it repaired, you're going to be looking at £50 to £60, which for the sake of a couple of quid, if you know one of these voltage regulators fixes it, it's easily like diagnosed to thinking bloody hell, and you've charged all that money. So I need to put now the screw back into that. Cool. That's liquid. I can put that back on now. I ain't going to need it. Bloody OBS. It's really been causing me issues, OBS, lately. And it ain't just me. It looks like, obviously, PCDD has been having issues. And he's had issues with, obviously, with OBS. I just don't know what OBS is up to. Obviously, they know people use this software. Come on, OBS, get your act together. Sort your software out. I mean, it's a great bit of kit once you understand how it works. But so we're going to put, this is the screw for it. I knew I shoved it in here somewhere. And I'm now going to need a screwdriver. That's it. I just sealed that on here. Obviously, you need that tight. It was a little fat screw. Cool. Well, that is now. This is why I like little bits and pieces and knickknacks and things like that to put that in. Right, let's switch the old soldering iron on. I'm just hoping what I do before I plug it in, I'll plug the power in and then see if we're getting, it should trickle roughly around about 10 volts, 9 to 10 volts. That's what it should be coming up. Now I'm going to use a little bit of the old liquid stuff. So obviously it wouldn't hurt to put it onto that voltage regulator. Oh, that's a laugh. Where's the cap gone? Oh, I might be able to take this one out. Yeah. Okay. Where's that? Where is actually the voltage reg? So it's up this one. So let me pull this down, guys, so you guys can see. MK. Yeah, this is why it's always to double audio update. That's why I bother. I don't for a new update. Yeah. Because sometimes, you know what happens, didn't it? It's true what you said, that, you know, sometimes updates then bloody break things. And then you're thinking, great, you've took something working, now it ain't working. Now, this is this liquid solder paste. So I'm going to just punch a little bit, plonk it all over. This bloody stuff is dear, I'll grant you that. And I've put, what I've done, I've put the angled tip on, obviously, on that soldering iron. So basically, so there's no, obviously you don't need the thing on it because this is just paste. This should just bridge together, which it does. Oh God, I've got to really get another bloody fume extractor. I think I put too much on there. I have. It's done the job now. It's good stuff. Obviously, these have to be separate traces. I don't want these touching. So you can obviously see with that solder, it really does make a difference. I just don't want it bridging on anything else. Might be able to just wick a little bit of that away. just a little bit. Discord. Yeah, it's put too much on. Hate. That's the only thing with this type of stuff. Now I'm gonna have to put that solder paste. It's where's my yeah, over here. No, more Furbies. Oh no, not the Furbies. Oh, that was brilliant. That Furby was absolutely legendary. Ouch. I think that's enough getting close to that end, which I'm a little bit concerned. Let me go and grab my torch, because obviously I can't see bugger all. That looks a really bit tight there, which is not ideal. Yeah, it is. I might have to put a little bit of solder mask on that, you know. No, that's virtually touching. I'm gonna have to take. That's gonna have to. That's not good. So I'm gonna have to put a little, just ever a little bit of solder mask. Where is my fast curing solder mask? Which is here. What it is, it looks like one of the traces is right where it's had a little bit of trace damage. Now this is obviously the fast curing one, right? This stuff goes off in literally 3, it says on there 3 seconds, 3-second fast curing. That's a lot. Oh, before I do that, I'm going to need me UV. Okay. Worms, how you doing, my friend? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put a little bit. I'm gonna have to put a little bit of stuff on that. I can't have that. It's gonna arc out, and then not only take that back out again, I'm right back to square one. So she's gonna have to come out. So I'm gonna solder wick. A little bit of that bloody flaps. Gonna have to use this bloody flaps up. I hate using this stuff. It's so sticky. It was all over the bloody bottle yesterday. Shame that this lead wasn't long enough. You could do it a little bit more longer on that front. So I'm gonna have to take this back as much as I can. It looks like it's got a little bit of I'm going to have to take this one back off. Ouch. And then hopefully, yeah, there is a break, but I'll tell you what, it's right next to it. Crikey, that really is. It's right next to that. Looks like part of the one side of that leg is missing on the trace side, so solder mask will cure it. It'll do the job. Actually, What am I fucking about? I've got. I keep forgetting. I've got the Ekins camera up there. Let me plug the Ekins in. Ouch. And then I can then show you guys much more closer up. Is the Ekins on? Yeah. Because then that way you can see a much more detailed situation. And you're trying to zoom in with that bloody camera. Right, where's the Ekins? Oh, yeah, Ekins camera. Is that going to work? Where's the 4K one? Yeah, right. We'll go to overhead cam. There you go. So let me get it in focus. Sorry, guys. The only thing with this is it's really seriously magnified, and obviously trying to find it on here. That looks like it. It is. So you can obviously see the issue I've got with this. So I need obviously that you see the actual. I can see a little bit better on that. So, but it looks like one of them traces is near enough touching, which is not great. So I'm gonna have to. This is gonna be fun. Got to try to get a little bit. There's a cat. Yeah, that's too much. So obviously I've put too much on my finger. So what I need to do is just take that, smear that on there. I need that light. Just a smidge and just a line. Jesus, even that. I think that'll do it. It's only got to hug the leg, so. That's right. Give me a minute, guys, because this is strapped to a big lid. So obviously, once this cures, and then I could sort of like massive, because it's a really big UV light on this one. When I use this for my retro brightening, so obviously it's on a big massive lid. So I've done all my BBC Micro. Yeah, do. Just a few seconds. This stuff is really fast curing. That's done. That's cured already. That's how quick it is. So really, that fast. That's actually quite impressive. on that front. So yeah, that fast queuing one, yeah, 100%. I could see why. Again, the coder recommended it. Now I've just got bloody flux in it, which I need to clean out. Where's my toothbrush? I'll put it aside for a minute. I'll do it in a minute. Main thing is, I really need that toothbrush. I thought I had that in it. Ah, toothbrush. Alright, yeah. Bit of IPA. It's on the other side. So yeah, good old trusted IPA. Really lots of that stuff, you know. That's better. I can see a lot better now. And it ain't going to touch, so I can hit the middle pin, which is obviously that, and we got some on that side. So now she's good to go. Just got to make sure these pins ain't touching, and I can trim them up after. Right, cool. Now I can hit her with the front. That's better. That's up the leg. That's up the leg. Cool. That's alright. That's fine. I can see it from the eye. You guys can't see it. That shouldn't touch now. That was virtually on the bridge of touching. So the live, what would have happened, the 22 volt would have touched against, because obviously the middle being the ground. That would have touched, obviously, bridged it out and shortened 7 kills in the process. That ain't going to happen now, because that's just not, I can see, with a little drop of IPA, give her another quick clean. And that should have solved it, and I could just trim the legs up. Oh, I need to put a little bit of, that's got to be earthed out. That's another thing I've not done. On the leg, right next to here, it's got to have a little bit of solder. It ain't got to look pretty. It's just so it can just hug over that, and it has. That's fine. But the good thing about these Atairs, they are a bit of a punishment. Double check, make sure. So the solder mask has gone rock hard. That's hug. I just want to see if it makes sure it's hugging all one side of that leg, so it makes connection, because I don't want it breaking off. Obviously, because there was a little bit of trace damage there. Worms is going to find that out. Obviously, I've done trace damage by taking a thing out, and that's what these balls are like. They don't take two kinds of heat. So no, that's hugging all 3 legs. So I've got the earth hugged and the 22 volt. Obviously, because there's trace damage on that. I could take it up to this point. On there. So I could move it up to here if this one was obviously broke. So if there was no trace, I could just put a jumper wire across from there to there and it should have been fine. But the middle is the earth, that's the main thing. It's isolated mainly onto this because you can see where it's coming from. So again, trace damage, I'd have had to do a little bit of scraping away there because this is all the earth on that front. Obviously the negative, the other end is for 5 and the other end is the 9 to 10 volts that it pulls. Even though it says 22, it'll pull it down. It will pull it down because there's a big capacitor there, so that should pull it down to its resistance. So hopefully that should be now. I'm going to trim her up if I can find my cutters. Yep, under here. Cool. I can turn it off. Plug that one back in. And what I can do now is activate so you can have the other camera back on the 4K one. There you go. No, camera's froze. Oh yeah, of course it is. That's the way it goes, isn't it? Bloody cameras. They were absolutely cursed, them things, I'm telling you. They're right when they work, but when they don't work. So, obviously you can't see too great from there, but you can sort of get the aspect of, take that, obviously because that had some trace damage along that side. So you can see what I was on about earlier on. If the worst comes to it, I could have easily just bridged it onto that. But I was more worried about this rail because this rail's live and the other one's 5 and one's 9 because it pulls it towards the capacitor and the other one goes off to something else on the circuit on that front. So hopefully now that should be done. So the next thing is testing time up front. So I need to put cap back onto that. Yeah, really good solder, this stuff. I really totally recommend it. I mean, it's a little bit expensive, but I'll tell you what, 3 seconds, yeah, very good. Except I've got half of it wedged into the bleeding nozzle because I didn't put a thing on it, which I really should have done, really. Yeah, that's better. I can put the cap back on. Put that back in its bag. Right. Now, obviously, this is going to need. I want to test that. I want to test that discharger as well, because see how good that discharger is. I wish really Simpletech would get one of these because obviously for his own safety. I mean, Andy's got one like a pair of tweezers. I did see it on there, but obviously Pico recommended these, and these ones seem more safer because you're keeping your hands away, and it discharges up to 1,000 volts on that front, which is really quite high voltage. So now I'm going to have to keep this board away. That'll do. As long as it just ain't bridging on, I think. So. Brand, I don't know. Do you know what the brand on there? I think it's called. Yeah, Pico. Yeah, hiya, bud. Yeah, I think I've got this through. So obviously, and my voltage regulators come through, which I was just doing. So my voltage regs for the Atari. Hopefully, we can get this Atari back up. And I tested it out of circuit. This chip, 100%, was reading 6 on either side. One side on there read 22, and the other side read 6, dead. So obviously that looks like, and that was a brand new one I put in. So it looked like they'd gone 40. So yeah, this brand, I don't know what that brand's called, but I can't pronounce that at the end of the day. But this is the one that Pico recommended. And obviously we put it in there. This one was, I forgot how much, I think it was about £13 or something like that. It was ridiculous. It was just over a tenner. These are great. up to 1,000 volts, and you get all, obviously I'm using it for an isolation on that front, but yeah, definitely will. If Simple Tech, really, if he's watching, he should get one of them. If he's mucking around with really high voltages on that, it does make sense. Right, now I'm going to put the cartridge in. I'm not going to boot this. I'm going to boot it up, but I want to test what voltages we was getting, because I was getting mixed readings all over the place, and I think it was due to that voltage regulator that had gone bad, which it looks like it's proving that is the case. So this should just switch on, and then K-ohm resistance. Yeah. No, K-ohm resistance. I'm going to zero it. Make sure we get meter readings, and then let's have a voltage check. Now, obviously, middle is going to be neutral, and your top and bottom, one should be 6, one should read at roughly around about 9 to 10 volts because of that big cap. So I'm going to switch her on now, which is now switched on. I'm now going to test this. Yeah, still pulling that down for some reason, but I think it's true what Pico said. I think you have to put it in millivolts. Sorry, I've got it in the wrong voltage. That is, oh, well, I bloody switched it on. Oh God, what a banana. There you go. 1 point, yeah, that looks like it's pulling better. Eight. So looks okay to me, but this wire up. So switched her off. Obviously, you're going to need a TV because you can't test it with these. Obviously, who uses these type of old connectors? So it looks like it's reading the right correct voltages now. So I'm hoping that's fixed the problem. Definitely tested it out of circuit, and there was an issue with it. So, right, well that's going to be a problem. I'm going to need an adapter because I've got to put the plug in, and I've run out of plugs. As it is, I've overloaded these massively. Cool. And I need the remote, which is going to be up here, isn't it? Of course it is. So let's have a. This is why I said, really, if you're dealing with vintage stuff, grab yourself an old TV, because some of this stuff you're going to need it. Right, programs. I don't know if this is going to have. It's going to be pre-tuned, is it? Probably not. So I'm going to have to go into the TV functions and program it in. Yeah. Now let's see if this pulls anything. Hopefully. Actually, if I go into channel 36 and go to that. Right. Some of these might be preset, obviously not. So there you go. It was the out one. I need to test it. Hopefully, might be able to pull it in and see if we've got anything coming out. She is plugged in, so I know for a fact 100%. And let's see if it's do its searches. Jesus, them bloody I'll tell you what, that's enough getting hot again. Should they be that hot? I can't even touch that. That's getting beyond the point where I can't touch it. I still think there's a short somewhere along the line. If I put my finger on that chip, it just instantly, it's just getting red hot. Jesus. I think that'll cook it. I don't think they should get that hot. No, it's not picking nothing up. So we've still got the same issue, even though it's the right voltage regulator. I think there's another short on this board somewhere. Yeah, that's getting hot, guys. That's getting really, really hot. That shouldn't get that hot. And I'm not joking. Even that's getting hot now. It's getting to the point where I can't touch it. And that chip is really cooking on that front. So I reckon this is what cooked that other chip up there. So I reckon there's something else has gone faulty on this bloody board. Which is bloody frustrating. Because obviously, what else could it be? That actually, because like you said, that obviously that's pulling in circuit. I mean, would these go bad? Obviously, which is bloody frustrating because it's like you said. Let me just test. If I pull this back up, these guys can see. Let's test that. Let's test that capacitor, the resistor. Can't even bloody get to it. I mean, she's turned off in a minute, but that was getting incredibly hot. No, it's not reading nothing. Don't say, because these do go bad. These green bogey type of these type of capacitors at the end of the day, because again they can go. If these just go down, because that's just red hot. That's not normal. Obviously, an earth shouldn't get that hot where it's getting to beyond the point where you can't touch it. And I can't seem to get a meter reading on this. Mind you, I can't even get to the bloody leg. Tell you what, I'll unplug it. Right. Unplug it from the TV. Let's pull the Pac-Man out of the way. I knew it. I really had an inkling that it was going to be something along the line. Something's not reading. Yeah, I ain't going to read that, so I'm going to have to read it from here. Don't seem to be reading anything. I wonder if that's gone faulty. I don't think there should be one. Shouldn't be reading 1 point something nanofarad on these. I think that's because again that chip's just about cooling down, and again that plate was getting hot. This is the earth plate, so I wonder if this has gone bad. Actually, this is a good point to test. That capacitor is charged up. Let's just punch that capacitor in and see what that capacitor is coming up at. Nanofarad on capacitors. Don't say it's obviously something's stopping it. That's not even charged up. 73 nanofarad. That's hardly anything. Nothing. I think there's a circuit issue here between this not getting to this, getting to the rest of the circuit. Because again, for some reason, if I put that on millivolts and touch that leg, resistance. Just have a quick look. Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's definitely shouldn't be reading. You shouldn't be reading that, and it shouldn't get that hot very quickly. Because obviously, like, I'm not getting no meter readings from that at all. So I just hoping that ain't been cooked again, because I left it on that earth. Obviously, I think I might have to desolder that. I'll just test this out of circuit, and obviously, these green cabogie ones. These are. Let me have a quick look and see what these are registering. That should register, because you've got all different types of capacitors. That should be, is that 450? No. 224. Is that 224? I can't bloody see that. It's so thin. Yeah, 224 mega ohms. That should register, right? Should register 204 mega ohms. So, K-ohm resistance. I'll double check it. That should say 224. Zero it first. Make sure it's zeroed. Well, it's actually the reading in circuit. It looks like that's reading good. So, because it's reading at 33.3. But remember, it's obviously in circuit as well. So if I took that out, that wouldn't be far from it on that front. So obviously, that type of resistance on that should be good. So what else is making that go up? Well, it surely wouldn't be, because there's only a few things in circuit to stop this from pulling and giving voltage, unless this bloody capacitor's gone. It's supposed to be registering at 2200. I don't think that can read 2200, no. That's what worries me. Is this gone bad? It's not going to pick it up. What about my SR meter? Let's check. Again, could have the issue of not being picked up. 0. Negative, positive. Ohm resistance, what are we actually getting? 0.1. So this EIR resistance is low. I mean, it's not even registering at 1 point on that. So the ESR reading is low, but obviously I can't miss in its capacitance, because it's obviously, yeah, both sides. Obviously, oh, mind you, it says on there, you've got all the value, because it says 10 to 100 of its value. So if I go to, yeah, here we go, 0 point on that, 0 on that, that's an error. It's coming up error. So really it's reading, that's the right error now. It's on 0.61, obviously, because it's a 2200. Obviously the range was too short. You've got to extend the range to pull its range up. No, it's saying ESR is actually saying it's good. But the only thing I can't read is it's, you know, it's nanofarad, unless I pull one side of the leg up and then test it. I think I might have to do that and have a quick look. make sure that ain't gone bad. ESR rating's great, but I don't know if that's gone bad. That's sort of registering at 33, obviously because you've got the voltage regulator coming on that, but something's getting hot. That shouldn't get hot that quick, and there's not much in the circuit here, so obviously there's an issue with the circuit, or something's pulling that to spike that to get really hot. Yeah, you're on capacitance. No, yeah, I know. I've just checked on that. So yeah, no, I'm gonna pull the one side of this leg up, and then just have a quick look, just see if this capacitor, because I can't. It's not reading. No, it still wouldn't tell me, would it? Because obviously it can't read it from the multimeter. There's only a limited range on there. What about on the... What about... No, that's a transistor. I can't test it. Because it only tests transistors, diodes, MOSFETs.
Neo.
Oh, bloody hell. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to calm that down. Otherwise, I'll get bombarded. No, I won't be able to test this one because it says... Oh, it does. Capacitors. So we can test capacitors on it. Let me just... That's it. So I think that might be a best bet. Take this out and just test it. I want to eliminate what's causing that to, to actually short itself out. Oh, it's going to need some of this stuff. Yeah, when that stuff's all gone up, I won't be getting no more of that. It's very smoky. And it's sticky as hell. Not great. I won't rate that flux. Don't like throwing things away unless once it's all gone, then it ain't so bad. Right, can we remove that? That side's out. Yep, we can. We can wiggle her out. I'm really impressed with that little soldering iron. It's so much better than my other one. So let me just give her a quick blast with a little bit of IPA. Get rid of that flux because it's sticky as hell. Why can't I find nothing? Oh, Jesus. Pico. I'm focusing on something else. So if you need me, just shout out. No worries, my friend. No worries. He's got a lot of projects on, Mr. Pico. So obviously I've given him quite a lot of projects, but he's got his own stuff to do. He's very good at what he does. Very impressed. Very knowledgeable person. It's good to know someone that knows what they're doing. Obviously, in this line of business, you do need to know roughly. Otherwise, you're guessing, and it's not ideal guessing because you're misdiagnosing the things. I'm trying to look for my toothbrush. Crying out loud. Ah, buried under here. There we go. Got to get rid of that bloody horrible sticky flux. I don't know if Andy's gone back on. Now I want to read that outside the circuit. Obviously, flow on that one was down here. So let me get the right orientation because that's the way I took it out. Because if you look at the leg, because if I put it that way, it wouldn't read, see? So that's the way I took it out. The arrow is pointing down. Now just want to test this. Just open. Well, that's a laugh. How the friggin' hell am I going to work this one out to get that on there? Now, this is the only downside. going to have to rebend the legs to make a connection from pin 1 to 3. And then this will give me an accurate reading. I know it will, because they are pretty good on that front. Right, I need my tweezers. Holy moly. Let's see if this one, I test it. That leg might not be all the way in. If it comes up error, that means it's, no, it's registering at 2300. ESR reading 00. You can actually see it for yourself. So it's actually got 0, which I'll put it on the ESR meter, it's 0.63. It's actually really low. So you want it 0. Capacitance on that's reading at 2300. So capacitor is good. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the capacitor up front. Nothing wrong with it at all. So it's something else that's pulling that down. That's obviously that's causing the issue. So we can rule out the capacitor. This is why really, when you need your testing, you just want to eliminate one thing at a time. I could take that green bogey resistor out and have a quick look. Because again, when you're reading it in circuit, it's obviously not ideal. So we can eliminate. That's absolutely fine. 20 with a 10 to 20% tolerance level. That's with its tolerance levels 2300. So that's actually pulling its way. God, that stuff is nasty. Absolutely nasty. It's so sticky. It's unreal. So something else is pulling that down and getting that 5-volt regulator, and there's not bloody much in this circuit, because remember, voltage is coming straight in, and then obviously once it be pulled onto the pins, something else is pulling that to get really hot, which that shouldn't be the case. I'm just going to bend the legs up, put it back to correct orientation. Double check, because what really I should be looking at, let me open up, do you know what might pay me to do? Open up the other Atari and just have some probing around voltages, and that can then point me towards what's causing that to get red hot, because I have got a full working one and it was just a bad pop, and I think that makes sense, because at least that way something around this circuit is obviously really going crazy for some reason, and all I'm doing, because that was a brand new voltage regulator that I put in. Bloody hell, look, fucking blood. That's it. Count Dracula. Lol. Yeah, I think so. The cap's good. Obviously, reading it in circuit, the resistor, just one of them components is just, I'd say it tells me it's just gone bad. I'm not taking this. I'm not taking this out. I only want to volt. It's at the top that's causing the power issue. So obviously, I always put notes on. Just a bad pop. I'm just really curious. I mean, it's one good aspect. You can compare one against the other. just as well they give me a pack of 10 of them, because I'm going to bloody need them. If it keeps burning them out, obviously something in there is causing issues. Something's not, so it's ringing alarm bells for me. It's one component that's causing that voltage regulator to get red hot. I've ruled out now it's not the capacitor. It's definitely not the cap. It's reading 2300 microfarads. You just see it. It read out all right. I'll read your message, Gov. Give us a minute. It's always bloody one component. Always. Right. 4 screws. Cool. I'm going to put them up there. The other bit. Obviously, we got the right one on that front, so let me put that there for a minute. See, I'll keep that out of the way, and now we can compare voltages. You flipping something, you started flipping something, and then nobody misses it. It's like, no, yeah. I wanted one, but I'm like, no, exactly. You know, obviously the issue that we've got on that front. So, voltage regulator, right? Exactly the same. It's a 6-pot. This is a 6-pot, so it's no different. Because this was working lovely. So straight away, let's get the cap round the right way and get her put back on the board. Right. Voltage first, which I am. So let's put that to one side. Let's get that soldered up. So the cap is definitely 100% the right way. Cool. Caps actually all nice and hugged. So we've got the right way of the capacitor. Obviously exactly the same. So what I want to do is quickly, I'm going to pull this one off. Unplug. Can I unplug that? I did that. I can. So right, cool. Now I can. Oh, I've got to undo them. Okay. I'll take these out. Then I can put these two side by side and go over everything and see what's pulling that, getting that red hot. It's got to be a damn good reason why it's doing what it's doing on that front. Obviously, how did I know it's going to cause issues? There you go. Cool. Take that off. That can go in there. I don't need that. That can go up. Yeah. So can that. Now I can put these. Obviously, I should put working. Top one is working. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let me just mark that because otherwise I'm going to get confused. Which one's working, which one's not. I'm just going to put working. Sit. Lovely. and then I know this one is work. And then I can then go around and compete now 100% what these should be pulling in circuit, and then that can voltage. Then I know by going on the multimeter. So the cap's good. So I can eliminate the cap. The bogies. Let's try the green bogey ones, because that tells me they should. What's this one should read? So let me flip her over and read the voltage on the green, that green resistor. Reads at 15. Reading at 1509. Right. On the resistance. So same thing again. Exactly the same spot. Straight away, that's pulling 22. Well, that's not right. So straight away, we seem to be having an issue with that straight away, with that exactly the same thing, because this is exactly the same revision. These are both revision B boards. So straight away, that's indicating that's slightly higher than what this one is. Right, okay. Which I had an inkling, because if the voltage is, the idea is when the voltage goes in, it should resist it by pulling it down and then coming back out and then going into something else. So straight away, that looks suspect. It should be like that. Right, now let's try these ones over here, like these little caps, because again, these caps can cause an issue. Pulls it, affects it in circuit. So let me test the, let me put it in nanofarad, and then we can see what this is pulling. If it ain't too high in value, should pull it. No, I can't get fucking on from it. So I said these multimeters are absolutely dog's crap. They're not pulling hardly anything on that front. It says the top is the plus. As you can see, it just don't do nothing. It just sits there, because look, take it off, it still does it. Sits there at 108 nanofarad. That's right. Okay, right. Let's do the bottom one. Exactly the same. So, right. Let's test the rest of them resistors. Let's see what they're reading. Let's read this one. So I need to pull that in circuit. It's going to be, was that a 3 leg? Is that a 3 leg or 4 leg? It looks like a 4 leg. Yeah, they are. So all we need to do is, I'm going to have to mesh this one from one side of the resistance. Okay, resistance. Right way, with it. Get none from one side. .9, 2.8 on one side. And if I touch that from one leg to the other, we should get 1.8. It did spike up a little bit. Let's do the same thing again. Nothing on one side. .6. 2.6, 2.7. That seems to be very similar to what this is. So that I can eliminate that at the end of the day. So I know that that is absolutely fine. 2.6, 2.7. Yeah, that's kind of creeping up to roughly around about that fine. It's absolutely fine. So this is pulling the same resistance as the other one, 2.8. Now I need to read the one down below it, because I thought, well, it can't be anything else unless something else is affected on the secondary board, not the first board that's pulling. Because remember, the power's coming directly off that, so something obviously might be failing to cause this to get red hot, because it's obviously got to go back into the cap. What I could do to eliminate it, there is one way of knowing. Put this back into the working one. If that will go, can we actually do that? Well, that might be an issue. The pins, one's got a pin, one's got that. So that I can't even do. So I can't even eliminate that issue to see if this is actually fully working on a working Atari, because obviously that's what they've done. One of them's reversed that, put pins on one and an insert on the other. Because that way I could have eliminated 100% that this is actually fully working. I don't think I can even do that, can I? Let's have a look. Now this is the working one. It comes out from here. Yeah, they look like they've soldered that directly to the board. Again, corrosion on that terminal is not the greatest. Again, these old Ataris have really started to having. It's true that Luke recommends, saying, you know, eventually these boards will fail. Obviously, this is a prime example. Nice to have, but it looks like the caps, that and everything else is reading. That's a little bit suspect, but I won't really know until I take that out, which I probably will. Let me just flip that out for a minute. So just remember, the glossy green side is pointing towards the regulator. Then I can always go back. So I'm going to just take that out. That was a little bit, something wasn't right there. Well, the other one said 1.8, that was registering 2.2. It still might be with its tolerance level. If he knows I'm screaming, why does he ask most daft questions? It's obviously that's obvious. So yeah, I need to just pop that out, have a quick look. Me that enough get hot quick, don't I? What is that flux? 9. Nice. Ouch. What's actually happening to the music? So it shouldn't be. Should be getting music from that. Like everything else with OBS, you sort one issue out. Yeah, you flipping started something. Yeah, no, as nobody misses. It's like, oh, I want one. The only downside is like all these old boards, they always end up causing like grief over your time, or it just completely just fails. Let me see the application. Yeah, there you go. Why have I got? There you go. Brilliant. So we can go back to that. Lovely. Oh yeah. Flux. Just nip that ever so slight. If you ever struggle with wick, you know, obviously you've got to be careful because it can actually delaminate the bloody board, right? And it, obviously these take out. I always hug it against the leg and then do it that way. I mean, obviously that one's cut a bit short. Actually see how they cut that. They cut that leg really short. So there's hardly any room for tolerance there straight away. It's not great. You will get through loads of it. I mean, you've got, again, people, over time, you'll probably get faster and better at it. Right. So I'm going to put this in a transistor tester and legs from 1, 2, 3. Like that. That's a leg 1 to 3, and then we can test it and see what this is registering. It's registering at 266. ESR rating on that is 7.4. It's a little bit high on that. I'll have to check the tolerance level with the ESR because again it can pull it. But it's registering. It is giving the correct reading, which it says 266 nanofarad. So let me have a quick look. Where's my torch? Yeah. Because obviously I can't bloody see that. 2200 microfarad. Well, it's actually 224, so it's within its tolerance level. The only downside is ESR is a little bit high. So again, fine. It's absolutely fine. So that's not causing the issue. It's just that the ESR is a little bit high. What's that? Where's that chart? I've got that chart over in the corner. It should tell you roughly what, depending what your ESR chart rate is. I don't think it's got a 22. No, these are for caps. I think that's going to be roughly around about. It should register between 3. Anything higher than that, then these start failing on that front, which could be an issue. The only other way is I could take it off the working one, test that, and put that back on, which that wouldn't be a bad idea actually, because they're exactly the same value. We'll test the ESR rating on that one. We'll take this one out. That one's a little bit, it's reading the correct value, but the ESR rating is really high. I don't think they should register 7. I don't think they should be registering that high. That one's not coming out for some reason. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So it's cleaner. Give it a clean your tip. Obviously, if your tip ain't clean, lovely, lovely and shiny. Right. Let's put this one in. This is obviously from the working one. Exactly the same value. 22. That was registering at 22. So I'm going to go from 3 to 1. Doesn't matter which side it goes on, because it both pulls the resistance from it. Wow. ESR rating on that is 18. That's unbelievable. Capacitance on that is registered at 243. So actually, see, the ESR rating on that's even worse on this one. I'll pull it again and swap it over to 3:1 on the other side of the leg. That's even unbelievable. Oh. Great. Got to be careful with these bloody legs. I'm going to swap it over and see if that makes a difference. And see what comes out. ESR rating on that. No, it says it's unknown or damaged. So obviously it can't read it. Where's that? This bloody stupid thing. I really should get a better one than this, because this one is not the greatest. Can't even get to that because of the bit on there. No, it's coming up unknown or damaged. One to 3. Yeah. ESR reading 251, so it's actually putting that a little bit higher, which within its tolerance levels, but ESR shouldn't be reading that bloody high on that. I mean, that's even higher. I'm actually amazed that's actually worked, because if these go too high in value, it starts causing problems. So again, on the circuit side, that's the correct value. It's near enough. The only thing is at 7. That's at 15. That's even higher still. But the only other way is to keep going. I'll put this back. I'll put this one back on. Yeah, it is a capacitor. It's unbelievable. I'm really shocked with that. And I know why they put spare holes there, just in case if you bugger one hole up, which I think that's a great idea, because again, if you do bugger it up, you've got a spare hole to actually bridge it from. I've got to try and hold this up. Let's see if I can put it underneath there. No. Somebody can do it. I know it can. You just solder these legs back in. That'll do. That'll do it. Yeah, I think that'll do. That's cool. Except I don't know where the bloody can things disappear off a table? Ah, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping on. Working, I'm trying to sort the other Atari out. Oh, it's fell off again. It's trying to hold it in place. You're a bloody nightmare. Chill and Bolts and Boris. 8-bit, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping on. Yes, obviously I put a new voltage regulator, but obviously the voltage regulator is still getting extremely hot, and obviously that's not right. Putting a new voltage reg on, thought it solved the problem. No, not always the case. So that's why I've got my other Atari board out. I'm going to compare them. Fine. That's good. See what makes all the difference when you've got a good soldering iron. Makes your job a lot easier. I've got to admit, I'm still waiting for my other one to turn up. As it is, I already had a notification today. My power brick that I ordered from AliExpress, which I did message PD. It looks like we've got to pay import charges, which is 20%. So I'll probably get slapped with about a £28 import charge, and I'll get charged about 34. So that's about right, which is bloody frustrating. Even Mr. J-Fix did warn us about that. We forgot. It was too late by then. We ordered it. J-Fix, thank you very much, my friend. How you doing? Good. Yes. So we've gone back to the Atari. Obviously, I put a new voltage regulator on, which I did get from AliExpress. Got 10 of them. On that front, and it's still getting extremely hot, which is not good. So obviously I took this off the working one, thought like let's test the values, because this one's working, so I don't need to worry about that. And it's comparing across the scope, and obviously some of these, I don't know, obviously these type of capacitors, these are the bogey, what I call the bogey green ones. It's saying it's 224. It did. This one was registering at 22, just over 20 or 2300. And then when I checked the ESR reading on the meter, it's actually saying it's pulling. Well, actually, I've got the ESR meter reader here. It was actually saying it was reading at 7 on that one, and the other one was 15. I went, well, that should be pulling that high, not on its, not on that front. ESR readings is reading about 8 on that, which that's what it was reading before. So sounds about right. 8.9, 8.10. So which is still a bit high. I still think that's a tad high. I mean, you want to get your ESR readings as down as low as possible, because obviously the resistance it starts pulling. There are other ones on there. That was registering about 15 to 18. I went, wow, don't think they should be that high. This is why they recommend you just change them. Obviously, these being all original. I probably will, because that one's working. I don't think they should register that high. It's a bit too much. So yeah, this one, like I said, it's registering the correct value, but the ESI reading is a little bit high on it. So I'm going to put it back in circuit. Obviously, these go at the back, so I know where these roughly go. Where is my torch? Torchy. That bladed one, it's fantastic. Again, really good tip to use on this, because you can have right up to the leg on the side of it, and it just gets on there. You basically just hug it up to the side, and then that's it. The heat transfers to the leg. It just seems to flow a lot better. Even Joey said that. I was watching him unbox the other one last night. Of the meter he actually got, because he said he was going to do a free part on that. He ordered loads of stuff, and like I said, I still ain't tested the bloody capacitor on it, which I should do, because that's the discharger. Where's my torch? Not torch, that's it. Little scrubber. Well, I can eliminate that because that's not touching on the leg, so I know that's not causing the issue. Oh, yeah, hello grass puddle. Grass puddle's in. Blade tip, my favourite. I'll get a decent control on it. Yeah, actually, I noticed it does. It's fantastic. I always damage the balls when I use knife tips. Again, it's all down to personal preference. Sometimes the blades can be great. Next minute, then you need the finest tip going. Hi, chat. Oh no, Falcon. Falcon's he's brought the chair up. Don't worry, my friend, I've not fell off it yet. He's always bringing the chair up. I dread it when he comes in. I went, oh no, quick, what's he going to say now? That was a mistake. I don't intend to do that on purpose, you know. So don't hold me to accountability. That wasn't in my intentions to actually deliberately fall off the chair. You're using the actual blade squish. Well, Mr. Squishy is going to have a crack at my lovely Atari boards to see, because I took a working one and then it weren't working just by taking out one RAM. Obviously, they're doubled on there. You see, this one's singled. It's a single board. Now the Ataris are double board. Obviously, got traces at the top as well as at the bottom. So these are easier to work on, but they can still cause nightmares. Yeah, that's where I go wrong. Yes, it's like you said. Yeah, I wouldn't use knife tips on there on the Atari. Just I'm actually surprised Carrefour don't come in actually too, and it says, "Hang on, I've got one better than you, Worms. I'll get the Velcros out." Literally, that was it. Velcros, full stop. He was actually pleased when I mentioned the Velcros. So yes, which was actually I was doing that radio yesterday, and I was only just saying about Mr. Carrefour when he came in, and I said, yeah, bloody hell, if Carrefour was here, literally he talked about Velcros, and the next minute Carrefour literally just come straight in. So which was really funny. Let's just turn that off. There you go. So yeah, absolutely hilarious on that front. So yeah, which did make me laugh. I've got to admit, it really tickled me. Look at the state of my glasses. Jesus, I can't see nothing out of them. It looks. I thought it was raining outside. It ain't. It's me goggles. Mr. Aussie, thank you for popping in. The mod. So yes, we all watched. I was watching a bit of MK last night, mucking about with the controllers. Nice fix at the end of the day. He always does great jobs with controllers. So if you need your controller saying, I reckon MK's the person. So most definitely. Everyone's got their good and weak points, you know, about certain things. So that's what about the community. What it's all about. Yes, he's the controller professor. Most definitely, 100%. I've got to clean these glasses, guys. I can't even see. I'm struggling to, obviously, where all that flux is smeared all my glasses. It's like glue. It seriously smeared my glasses. I can't bloody see anything out of them. It's terrible when your eyesight goes out of whack. Oh, that's better. I can see what I'm doing here. I feel like a beggar. That's so much anger, isn't it? Seriously, I didn't think this type of flux. Obviously, I don't know what type of flux that is, but it's super sticky. It's worse than glue. It was where it was on my hands yesterday. I had to wash my hands twice. It got all over the bottle. IPA, it wouldn't shift it. I tried IPA, and it literally had gone so. That's what I said. I'm nearly out of this stuff now. So when this is gone, that is it. I won't be using it. So I've put that back. I've put the bogey one back. Capacitor is the right, so it's reading right at the end of the day. So we can try again. I'll put this back in. So it looks like all these are reading. So that indicates to me, I reckon the issue ain't here then. I reckon the issue's on the other secondary part of the board, because obviously power's got to come into this, goes to the 5-volt rail. Obviously that's what these, looking at this, if you have a look to see how that comes in, all that 5-volt does, it deals with the selector switches and all that, but something's causing it to ground out and it's acting like red hot. The earth should not get that hot when I was touching it, and I thought, right, because that was a brand new chip that I put in and it obviously burnt it out. And that's why I'm glad in a way I've got 10. But I don't want to burn them all out because it took a couple of weeks to come from China. Nose, itchy nose. This worms. Someone's dehydrated. Oh no, who's dehydrated? Oh yeah, Hey, did you sort it out? It looks like you must have. I'm driving, right? And you shouldn't be. If you're driving, you shouldn't be texting, my friend. Don't want you getting into trouble. That's a serious offence. In the UK, you know what that means: 6 points on your licence and an unlimited fine. So I wouldn't encourage that, to use your mobile phone if that's the case. It's dangerous. Actually, the police did it, and I totally agree. Actually, operating any devices, yeah, only don't text and drive anyway. No, because in the UK, the police have really clamped down on that, which is really 100% sensible. Technicality, he's not texting, he's chatting. Yeah, well, it's the same thing. The concept's there. You can chat away, but if the police catch you, they really come down on you quite hard in the UK, and rightly so, I've got to admit, which is not the type of thing I encourage people to do. At the end of the day, there's too many deaths on the road. It's actually, in the UK, it's ludicrous. There's too many idiots on the road, and the police even turned around and said that also indicates that you don't have to be picking up your phone. Just picking up your phone is an offence. But sat-navs, radios, it's a distraction at the end of it. We all do it on that front. But there's certain things I do not do, and that's one of them. I just turn the phone off at the end of the day. I just, no. Put it in the glove box, turn it off. And that way it ain't a distraction. I know most 90% of all cars in the UK do have an hands-free device. But who bloody uses them? I don't bother. I've never had bothered. Right. That's pulled away from there. I'm going to try again with the power supply. Let's see now if Shatter Paul. That was switched on, wasn't it? It bloody wasn't on. I want to see if that's pulling the correct voltages on that board. Yeah, people don't realise how fast they travel in a short space of time. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we'll put it this way: 100 yards, right? Which is not really. You can. That's virtually like in the UK from a bus stop. That's a bus stop's about every couple of 100 yards, but even 100 yards, your brain don't take. It takes 3 seconds for it to react. That's if your concentration levels are there. 3 seconds. Within that, you've near enough travelled that 100 yards within that 3 seconds. And that's roughly around about 30 to 40 mile an hour. Within that distance. My brain takes 2 minutes. I'm not, do you know what, Worms? You're not the only one, my friend. Obviously, as we get older, you haven't got to our stages yet. You're not a Gen X. Obviously, you wait till you reach the Gen X region. You think, oh my God, it feels like it literally does feel like a milestone. It just hits you like a train. You know, it's like your brain just says, no, not today. It's not working. A bit like half of these electronics. It literally just turns itself off. Explain this brain thing to me. Age's benefit and a curse. I'm afraid. Do you know what? That is so true. It literally is. You wouldn't believe it. As we all get older, and I'm like I said, there's quite a lot of us Gen X's on here that does do streams, and there's obviously everyone will tell you, wake up, you feel like you're on top of the world, and then all of a sudden it feels like you've had an elephant sit on your back. You get up, you aches and pains, your back goes, you get muscle cramps, you know, you get it in your hands, your feet. Oh my God. It's like, let's just give up now. It's just not bother. Get the glue out. I had to have a few days off. There you go. So obviously, and you know what it's like. As soon as you reach that sort of 50 plus region, I mean, it's all downhill. All you do is take your life is just taking medication and thinking, oh no, not another tablet. I've got to wake up. I want my robot body replacement. Yeah. Do you know what? That'd be cool, wouldn't it? I mean, we can get Elon Musk to come in on board on that front and see what he comes up with. So I'm going to switch this on, right, with no thing on it because the power is on, and then I'm going to get some voltages on there. So actually, you could be onto something there, Grass Puddle. We could all be replaced in the end by robots. They'll take our brains out one of these days when we're not on this earth for not that long, and then they'll say to him, he's come back he's reincarnated as a robot. You just think, oh no, quick. So I can imagine Worms and Carfor coming out thinking, hot glue, Velcros. He literally come back just saying, I can see Worms working in a factory with hot glue, right, or carpet shops. Or Carfor coming working into some form of factory making Velcro strips. I could just foresee it's going to happen. It's fantastic. Let's pump out as many as we can. I've asked for a transplant surgeon. He did 28 years old. Falcon's also a fan of hot glue. He's just saying. Falcon, you've been going around causing havoc on everyone. Made me laugh. You went on to PCDD's on his live stream, and you didn't do one meme. You put all the memes on all at once. I don't know how you managed that. You must have that saved somewhere, so it gives it all the commands. Go around causing havoc. I mean, you know, that's got to be brilliant. Yeah, that was brilliant. Yeah, he has a terror side, definitely. It's true, PC. He does. That's the side that we all get to see. Smiley face, happy. So yes, obviously coming onto that front. But PC, did you manage to sort that little controller you was mucking about with this morning? Because I was watching it while I was having my breakfast, and literally tried to no. Oh, obviously, that's the only thing. It's bloody frustrating to try and find out what's actually causing that. Now, obviously, let me just have a quick look. Yeah, it's not everything's bloody fixable. I've got the board on there. No, he's too late. Oh no, he's too bored. Oh, poor PC. Yeah. Oh no, not our friend. He's again, it's started to warm up a little bit ever so. I still think something's not right with all this bloody. Thanks for grilling, chiller, relax. No, yeah. For the grilling chiller. No, I didn't mean that. No, I don't say nothing bad about no one. That's not me. I don't believe in that. At the end of the day, I'm not getting nothing from this at all. Dear. So I don't know. Now all of a sudden I've got no voltages. Oh no. I've pulled it up now. Oh no. What's that? What have you done, Worms? Mr. Worms, that's it. Just follow up the voltage. Oh yes, I think you're right. Because it seems like now I'm not getting no voltages. Oh guys, I don't want to say it. Well, if I plugged it in. Who plugged it in? I'm thinking, oh no. Right. Second take. Let's try that again. This time, we'll make sure we'll plug her in. Right. Obviously. Well, I thought, bloody hell. I thought, hang on a minute. Oh, hold up. Borat's not in now because I haven't turned on. Sorry, Anne. You've got to turn on bloody the streamer dot. Let me turn streamer dot on. Now that's supposed to have gone on automatically. Again, Windows, absolutely diabolical joke. Always. Let's pull streamer bot up. Right. 2 or 3. She should be enabled. Right. There you go. She should work now. Streamer bots. The streamer dot bot was. Again, I've tried went into it, and then that was it. I've got to add it to the startup sequence. Yes, definitely. Right. Now, this time, I did plug her in at the back. Borat. Now, Borat should work now, obviously. IGP. No. Guess what? No, Borat is working. There you go.
Oh la la!
Who don't love a Borat?
King in the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair. Oh, go do this, king in...
No, I'm still getting nothing. Wow. I'm getting -5, nothing on the bottom. What else is new? I don't like it. You spelt it wrong. No. I spelt it wrong. No, but what's it? What else is new? No, I didn't like it. For some reason, it's getting just slightly warm, and then it's building up again. No, she's getting hot again. I know these get hot, but they shouldn't get hot to the touch at the end of the day. I'm still not getting nothing on the bottom of that. Regardless, that should pull into voltages. And if I put that into shot, you can actually see it for yourself. She is switched on. Let me pull that to one side on it. So let me pull that to one side, and then I can, because again, angle is not great. So we're pulling 8.92, which is wrong. Should be 6. And again, that's getting hot. So something's not right. And at the bottom, The bottom looks like it's pulling, and I can smell burning. Now it's getting red hot again. That's something's just not right on that fucking circuit, unless it's pulling it from the bottom that's causing the issue on that front. They shouldn't get that bloody hot. Definitely not. The issue then has got to come from down here on the board that's causing this to give it incorrect voltages. I've tested the cap, these caps, these are reading right. Can't get a reading for these at the end of the day, but I can't see why not. It shouldn't. The only I can put it down to is that something's gone on here. I'll take that Atari cartridge out because otherwise it won't display anything. But they shouldn't get that hot. Now obviously the power is obviously going to be coming directly in here, but all we've got is ceramic capacitors. So would I can't see why the ceramic capacitors will go bad. Unless one snaps and it's not making great connection. I mean, they're not the greatest. Because it looks like it gets injected straight from that board. Unless one of these bogey ones have gone bad. And you've got 4 of them sitting underneath here. Because again, if any of these do go bad, let's see if I can take that off. I can't even get to the bloody... Now the other one's got rivets on. I can't even take that off. The other one's got rivets, so I had a bloody hard to get that out. I ain't got a clue. Oh no, don't tell me they've glued it, have they? I can't even get that out. It's not even budging. Oh no, you won't, will you? Because obviously they've soldered it to the board. So what's the bloody point in that? So if you want to get to these, you've got to take all them pins out. Wow. Well, that made that short work, didn't it? Obviously, I might as well put them back. Right, well, now I know why you can't take them out. Obviously, all them pins are soldered directly to the board. Again, what was Atari thinking? And they're really tricky to get to. But I'll need to measure some voltages around here on that front. And then see what's pulling, what voltages it's pulling up here. I think that might be, do a little bit of voltage, just put it in, and then just get the pin layout, and then I know roughly what something's then, because obviously it's not the top board, it's the bottom board that's causing the issue. Lucky enough, I can do the same with this with the working one. If I put this in and measures the pin layout, and then we'll know exactly what pins should be coming out of this, because obviously that one's a ribbon, this one's got colour coded, so I can get to roughly know, putting it onto this sort of aspect, we can get a pin obviously from one. We got a jumper setting there. JE4 has got. So this is pin 1. The pink one is pink 1. So that's pink 1. So the pink one on that, well, on this is grey, but you know, this is pin 1, and we can go all the way up. So obviously we look like we've got 2 pinks on that one. So it must be, some of these must be linked. But hopefully. Here comes the genie. I don't like, what's that? What? Ceramic disc caps do not go wrong often, but they can. Yes, I've not known them to. To be honest, I've actually seen one cut in half and it's still to give its correct value. Hot glue it in, maybe. You get the hot glue out, worms. Ataris were thinking they wanted to buy a new one. Well, comparing the Atari, you know, went out of business. Obviously, when they done all this, they didn't just do consoles. They did work on the Williams arcade cabinets with Atari, with the making the GP games. But they obviously it didn't really work out. So they broke franchise working with Williams and went on their own. And then they was quite successful. I mean, obviously the mid 70s. These are 1978 when Atari first started to come out. So they didn't do too bad. They had very big investors to do these Ataris, and these were a massive hit. Since up to about 82, 83, they exploded. Everyone wanted to get their hands on an Atari. Obviously, that was the exact same time as when ET got launched, and they then went in partnership on that front. Made and actually because ET was such a success, they wanted it on the Atari, and then they said, "Yeah, we can make you, we can do you a game." It ended up being the biggest flop. So it went badly wrong. They had nothing but complaints, and actually they took on that front. They actually took customers was so they were so disheartened of the actual game because it was nothing like the film, which they wasn't going to get on an 8-bit system at the end of the day. I mean, what do they expect at the end of the day? They obviously thought it was going to be like lifelike things on it, but because the gameplay was so poorly, they had more comebacks. In the end, Atari, when they went out of business, they lost massively on that front, and the Americans, obviously, that were on board with Atari, obviously said, "No, sorry, we're pulling out a franchise. We don't want to know." Yeah, obviously, and then it started to spike massively downhill. By then, there was other consoles coming out, so Atari took a really big dive. So they went owning millions, to ended up going completely bankrupt at the end of the day, and the investment on that front lost big time, which they couldn't come back on that front. But Atari still, obviously, like all of these Atari boards, it's true now what Mr. Luke at Retro 6 is saying. These boards are now failing, which is a shame, because that's exactly what's happening. Obviously, it's going to get to the point where even if you've got a fully working one, it's going to fail at some point in its life, and you're not going to be able to revive it. Unless you get, the only other way is to go down, if someone reversed it, if you took the board, took all these components off, there is a one way of reserving it. Obviously, the delamination's already started on this already. It started to, obviously, the solder mask is bubbling, which that's a stress sign that this board is failing. The only other way is take all these components off, send this board to PCBWay, tell them to give you a digital board of a version of the 2600, and then re-put every component back on with a brand new board. That's probably your best way of surviving and bringing to actually put one of these fully working. They did. Unfortunately, you're right, Falcon. The Americans, obviously, that owned Atari at the time, since 1983, 84, there was, obviously, the businesses started to go under. Within 1 year, at the end of the day, they took it to a desert, right? They had so many comebacks of the ET on that, because the box looked good, the game was appalling. Right? And I played the game because I've got it on the cartridge. It is terrible. Absolutely. I can't make heads or tails, so I can understand why they took it back. Unfortunately, they had so many returns, and they had to refund customers because it's not what they promised. They took it to a desert and they buried it. Now, there is a museum in London. I forgot what museum it is. And some of them Atari cartridges are in the museum in the UK. I don't know if it was the I think it might be the Imperial, not the, no, it I don't know if it was the Science Museum or one of these museums we got in the UK, but some of them got transferred from America because they wanted to search for it, and there was a massive hunt on it. It was actually broadcasted on the news in the early 90s saying they want to try and revive and find these cartridges. They found the site because Atari wouldn't give them where they buried all these cartridges, and that's exactly what happened. Then it was a hunt to people to now start searching, but it was really interesting. The documentary is actually on YouTube. You've only got to Google it and you'll find it on there. It's a sad ending to Atari, to be honest. But they really, I think, because they was being rushed within 1 year, it wasn't enough to make them a great game on that front. So they obviously tried to make it the best they could in that limited time. Because obviously, as soon as the film came out, everyone kept on, put it for the Atari, we want it for the, and that weren't just on the 2600, that was right across the range of all of the Ataris, from the Junior all the way up to the latest version, what they last done, and I forgot what I think it was. But yeah, but they did find it in the end. There wasn't many left because they'd all decomposed in the ground. But they wouldn't give the location when Atari just buried them all. Such a shame. The joys of now, well, yes. So, just like everything else. So Atari does have a, it started off good, but it had a bad ending in, you know, obviously. It's like everything comes to an end, you know. But now these boards are now starting to suffer. I am seeing that more and more often. The worst ones I think they've got to be are the Atari Lynxes and also the Sega Game Gear. Sega was another one. Sega's still in business. They are still, they have sort of made part of a re-comeback with some of their retro stuff. It's not the same though, to be honest. But look at Retro 6 are seeing more and more failures with the Game Gears. But lucky enough, he's done one better. He had to get on board and he's reversed the engineering on the actual PCB itself. So you can buy them directly from him. Or he says, go to PCB Way, and he's in sponsorship. He's got a massive sponsorship with them, so he can then, you know, you can get a board if you've got a failed Game Gear at the end of the day, or you can buy a fully working one from him. But you're going to be looking at about £350, which in the UK it's a lot of money, not cheap, because the boards are just failing. And now I'm starting to see this with half the retro stuff that I've got, so yeah, far from it. Which is a shame. It really is such a shame. So I've now got to count this down. So I've got 1, 2, 5. So I need to probe the black. Now, obviously, I'm going to put it, it's in millivolts. Now I need to probe this while this is in, and now let's get some voltages. Let's see what this should be reading. Millivolt. She's switched on. I'm not getting anything. Mind you, I might have to plug her in because there might be a cut off. I think that might be, that's the reasons why I'm not getting no voltages coming in, because they're already millivolt. It's a shame because, again, this Atari, I thought I could save it. Obviously, something's pulling this down in circuit, which is not coming up to that point. Yeah, if you've never played ET on the 25 on the 2600 or the 2800, play it and you'll see how bad it is. You'd actually say to yourself, "Oh my God, it's a dreadful game." They did manage to put speech in. It wasn't great speech, but they did put speech in. They thought that might perk the game up. No, poo ET, he's fun. I mean, you know, like I said, you think the amount of money that pulled in 1983 was massively. It was like Back to the Future, you know. Everyone wanted to go to the cinemas. Star Wars. These are all big gems, and everyone wanted to go to the cinema to watch it. Obviously, then one good aspect, obviously with Star Wars, one of they did bring games out for it. Obviously, the Commodore 64, the obviously you had the Amiga and the ST at the end of the day. They wasn't bad imports. I mean, obviously, you buy the arcades now. I mean, you can get the arcade one-ups now, and they're virtually identical on that front. But again, these were all big films. But as soon as the big films come out, they expected them to do a game. E.T. was just a big flop. He didn't go down too well. I don't know what they was thinking. So, poor Atari really got hammered for that front. Which I was really surprised because, like you said, not everyone was going to thinking that are they going to get they're all going to get appraisal. No, I think I've got to plug the other board in. I'm not getting no voltages around this whatsoever. None. Because if I plug the working one in, and I'll do the same thing again, it won't. I think they have to have that top board in for it to be switched. And it's obviously not injecting no voltages down that into the bottom of Tom. E.T. phone home. Oh no. If you haven't seen E.T., you've not grown up. You know, obviously, it's Drew Barrymore. Obviously, she's now a lesbian on that front. And obviously, she was only a kid at the time when she made that film. I mean, like you said, all these 80s films. You know, you've only got to look at Ferris Bueller's Day Off. You know, at the end of the day, Matthew Broderick has made some really good films in the 80s, but unfortunately now it's got him into trouble as well. And he's one of my fans. I do love Matthew Broderick. I think he's really great. Obviously, Ferris Bueller's Day Off was a classic on that front of that film. What other ones did he make? Ferris Bueller, it's Matthew Broderick. Oh yeah, War Games, classic 1980s. Again, all about computers. Absolutely brilliant film. Love that one. So. No, I'm all getting millivolts. I'm getting nothing. I'm getting nada. So this won't work without the. This won't work without that board being plugged in to put power around it. Because I've just checked around near the power rails around the bottom part, and we're getting nothing. We're getting millivolts. So obviously, you won't get nothing on that point. The other boards on here. Tron, classic. Do you know what? That's one of the biggest films that I think that was the very first one was the best one going at the end of the day. Really good. Again, Jeff Bridges, really good actor on that front. Obviously, they've done Tron Evolution, and obviously you got the new Tron, which I've watched all three of them. I think they took the element away, but it's all special effects now. Obviously, like really good. It's good. If you could watch it put it on a nice big TV, and have 5.1 surround. It does sound really good. It feels like you're back at the cinema at the end of it. But I still like going back to the old classics. The Tron has always been a classic. I've always been a big 80s fan. Grew up in the era, you do. So I'm stumped here, guys, because obviously I can't put voltage into this because the voltage regulator again is just burning itself out at the end of it. Obviously this is getting massively hot very quickly. That front. Yeah, what model of the DVD of the mini disc thing you sent me? Oh yes, the mini discs. Give me 1 minute, Pico, because again, that's another thing. That tray. So. It was the Grundig, wasn't it? It was definitely the Grundig one. Yes, because if you're while you're stripping bits down and dismantling, obviously that was a good bit of news, wasn't it? So Andy managed to fix the VHS thanks to Mr. Pico of his wonderful magic. This is this model. Let me type the model in, Pico, and I'll say you can make note of it. Tron movies are all yeah they are. I mean, like you said, but for different reasons. I think what they aim for, they try to hit people with a wow factor with special effects. I think that's what they tried to aim for, but you took the element away. You know, a lot of these films in the 1980s, they nearly didn't get made. MDC 65. Is that it? Yeah, MDC 65. There you go, Mr. Pico. Thank you very much, my friend. Does it worry me? It didn't play a player tape. Well, I mean, you know, it's like you said. Well, it used to worry me. I mean, when I used to go to Blockbusters, obviously, because it was all VHS. Because remember, the mid 80s obviously exploded, but when Betamax come along, obviously, and then VHS further on down the line, then they was battling it out with each other on that front. So everyone was rushing to get tapes. But the trouble is with going back to right up to the early 90s. You know, you not only do you have to rewind that cassette, but also you had a time frame to get that cassette back to the VHS back. Blockbusters in them days, you had to get it back by before 6 p.m. the next day, so you only had it for 24 hours. Otherwise, you incur a charge, and if you didn't return it back, they had someone come down because they had all your details on their record. Not only would you get a fine, but also they ban you. And they charge you for the full cassette tape as well. So yeah, it wasn't great back in the days on that one, but yeah, well, obviously these things then they all started to phase out. Once after the mid 90s, it you know, it got up to it was doing quite well really, Blockbusters, but then obviously Netflix come out and that's what killed it. Obviously, before Betamax, no, Aussie, we did have the Americans did bring one out, and I had one of the machines. It was called the Philips 2000. I'd never seen anything like it. I wish I kept the machine. It was a cassette tape, and I kid you not, it went off the scale. It was so big, and it was a double-sided cassette. They used to just swap it over and record on both sides of the head, bit like on an version, like one of these. It was just on a bigger version of a cassette. So obviously because you obviously got your carbon. With good thing is you can just take the tape out, flip it over, and play the other side. So you can't do that with VHSs and Betamaxes. They're just recording on one side only. But the Philips 2000, because I know I had one, it was a massive cassette. It was so bulky, but it was the first one that you could actually take it over and flip it over and record the other side. So you had two separate tracks on both sides. Obviously, shame. I should have kept that. I was really gutted. You know, I thought I think obviously like all my retro stuff, I was really gutted. I got rid of half of it. Obviously, and when you move, you think I can't be asked. You know, I don't want it. You know, it's just junk. And people have now, but now obviously I'm quite lucky that I've got 90% of it back, and I'm so glad I did. Because obviously this is all part of my childhood growing up. But yeah, it's like everything now, isn't it? You know, it's going to be one of them things that it just cannot be helped on that. You know, but yeah, like a lot of this gear, you know, it does seem such a shame why why we ended up having all broken items, and then people just thought like my bike. I wish I kept my bike. You know, I mean, I was a kid at the time, but I'm gutted now because I didn't realise how much it was worth. I was sort of like shocked. Obviously, the Philips company that did make them. Yeah, They did. Obviously, like a lot. I mean, I've still got. I mean, like I said, I've got back 90% of all my retro stuff that I thought I'd never get back again on that front, and they are, you know, obviously. Mr. Worms had some, and he was gutted now because you don't realise how much it is now worth, because they're now a dying breed of this gear. You're seeing a lot less of it, and some of the stuff that I'm mucking about with is ridiculous. Like that big Philips record player, because obviously it took the power amplifier out. I've got no chance of getting the power amplifier for it, so I had to buy a complete unit to get one. Obviously, took that out yesterday and put it all back. She's back up and running. Obviously, I've got to order some. Ordered the pop screwdriver because the record player sounded like the Smurfs. it didn't sound too great. We was all cracking up. So yeah. So obviously, then pops need adjusting, so I can tone the record down a bit, because we can't listen to the Smurfs. You know, it's bad enough when it was in the charts in the 80s. At the end of it, or it could be worse. You could be listening to Roger Whittaker. You're thinking, oh no, seriously, don't put that on me. Because he used to whistle, didn't he? He was doing 300 RPM. that was on the slowest setting. It didn't make no difference. So obviously something on that front. So yeah, this is going to be again. I'll take that chip back out. I'm going to whip that chip back out and just test that, because that got cooked very quickly. Seriously, but no, I wasn't mucking about. It really was that bad. I mean, at the end of it. Oh, excuse me. Serious. I'm taking that voltage regulator back out. I'm going to have I think that I'm hoping I ain't cooked it, because that got hot very quickly, and it don't take much to cook these chips. Oh, smell plastic burning. Yeah, the bladed ones are really nice on this. It really does a great job. Yes, sir. I'll get a better fume extractor. It's just choking me out. Absolutely just choking me out. Oh, I've got to take the top part off because it's all over the screw. I forgot that, lad. Forgot. Ow. Oh, Jesus, she's getting hot. Lovely. Let's take this back out. There you go, she's out. I'm going to test this, obviously. Test that little chip. I ain't cooked it. Obviously, something's cooking the chip really quickly. It shouldn't get that hot. Now, obviously, the pin is going to be ground. Now, when we tested it, the bottom one was registering at 22. I bet it's dead again. It looks like it's cooked. Put it in. 5. Voltages. Because when I tested the other one, millivolts, we're not getting, seem to be getting, I think, where's the old one gone? The old one's up here. Again, we had the same readings when I managed to put voltage through this. On that front, let me go back into mega ohms. No, it'd be in kilo ohms. I think they did. I think one of these 6.1 kilo ohm resistance, and then obviously got 501. The other one read 22. The other one read 6. 19. Now we're getting an open line. No, 5. So obviously, it's still okay. It ain't dead on that front, but for some reason, I don't know what's actually causing that to cause this board just to go mental. And obviously, I can't see anything on here. It's right up on this rail, this power rail up here. See that trace, like it's started to lift up. Can you see what it's doing? It's lifting the trace up. So I mean how thin these boards are. It's just like that Atari. Bloody nightmare. The only other way I could do it, obviously, that is making contact, is to put solder legs to it. I could go that way and then bridge it to the next nearest point, which will be part of that leg there. Because the good thing is you can see where the traces go. So what I could try and do is put this back in and put a tracer wire from that point to that point, and then bridge it from there to there, to make sure these are all properly 100% getting in circuit. Yeah, I mean, obviously it don't matter on this leg, but one of these on that, so because that's not going to nowhere. If you look at that leg, it don't go anywhere. So don't know why they obviously put that in, because it's not even connecting to anything. Because look, there's nothing else there. So why would they do that? So what are they basically saying then? Basically, all they're using for one side of this, they're just using one side of their leg and the earth, because that's all they're using. Because the other bit's not going nowhere. Because if you obviously that one part on there, you can actually see that's not connected. You can actually see it's not connected to anything. So if I flip that board over, which is up here, right up the top, where my finger is, it's not going to nothing. So one side of that voltage regulator don't seem to be doing anything. Even in the other circuit, it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Where's the other board? Which is up here. This is the working one, because I wrote working on it. So it's again exactly the same field. Right, middle, grounded. 5 volt goes up to here, and there's nothing on the other side. So obviously one of these 5 volts don't do nothing anyway. So it's just the bottom of the leg of the pin and the ground. Obviously that's what's feeding the on and off switch, which that probably seems about right, because it's got power written on it and it's straight in line. If you look at the voltage on it, it jumps across, it goes to this, which goes to one of these green capacitors, and then the bottom of the leg there, and then obviously you've got the earth point that's obviously anchored. This is all the earth. You can actually see it. If you have a look, goes to the negative side of the leg. So, which, because you can see where it's all pulling, it makes it look easy because it's pulling it in circuit. And this one, like I said, it's fully working, but that's not the greatest, even for that. But it is separate. 100%. It is 100%. It's all separated. But again, the pads are slightly lifted on that. Not great. But saying that, it looks like that goes over to that point. Oh no, it does. It does go in. I misread what that means. So no, that is being used. The 5 volt does get used. Because I thought, well, surely the 5 volt is not getting used. Yeah, I forgot. You've got to take it on the outer circuit, the 5 volt, which then the 5 volt goes right on the outside, goes on the outskirts. So this is where the trace is going, and it's going right to pin 1. So the 5 volt does get used. So 1 goes to the switch, to the switching system, to the bottom off to the off position. That then branches it off, then carries it over, goes to that, and then it connects, because these look like a connecting pin. And obviously when this part of the other pin of the 9 volt comes over to pin 1, that then comes, looks like that goes down onto the other part, what puts voltage onto the board, then it sort of like circulates and comes back up. So one of these pins is going to be coming back to the 9 volt that comes out. And if I follow that, one of these is it's obviously bridging. It sort of comes up, comes over to the plus, goes to pin 2. So 1 goes to pin 1, 1 goes to pin 2 by the looks of it. And that's the positive side of the leg for the capacitor. Them old boards you have, they're super delicate. I'm afraid they are, Mr. Worms. Yes, they, no salts on the pinning. No, the issue I seem to be getting, the voltage regulator is something grinding it out. And it's getting red hot very quickly. And I can prove that if I put my one back, which I'm going to take the working one, right, I'll prove it. They shouldn't get that hot. These shouldn't get red hot. So it's the voltage regulator. So obviously that's the good one. This one's the bad one. I should bin that one really. I'm going to put these to one side for a minute. Let's put my one back, just briefly. It's the only thing with these, the bloody pins connect to everything. Now obviously this is my working one. They should get warm. They should not get hot. These should not get hot at all. So on the voltage regs. So obviously, and I can prove it because I can put the wire back in from that point from the TV, and I can show you it all working. So it's not the issue with the actual board. They should get warm. They shouldn't get red hot to the touch. Where you shouldn't put your hand on it. You think, fuck, even the earth pad was getting hot. That means there's a ground somewhere that's grinding that out. So let's put the voltage back into this old beast. Give her a fire up. She's switched off at the moment. So she's switched on. I'm going to put it on pin 1. Hold up a minute, what's going on here? The TV's decided to change channels on its own. Now I can't turn the TV off. Wow. Right. Good old Ferguson. Who remembers the old... Here we go. she's back up and running. So we've got, obviously, it was saved to pin 1, right? So you can actually see it. And again, you will have sound. So I'll punch it up and we'll go to select. So you can't obviously see because there's bloody too much glare on the TV. So turn her off. I'll turn it back on so you can clearly see it. There's too much glare on there. Now I'm touching this with my finger. Right? I'm going to leave this on. Just let it run for a few minutes and you'll see what I mean. Right? That should get warm. Barely warm. Shouldn't get hot to the touch on that at all. Now obviously the capacitance on that was registering at 2600. ESR reading on that was registering at 15. Too high. So I'd say I would need to change these at some point because again I'm going to have the same issue. But again, that voltage regulator, fine. It's just warm. And that's how it should be. And if I put my multimeter on it, while this is powered up in the background, you should get roughly between 9, you should get 5 and between 5 and 9 volts. So centre pin first. Let me pull this round. So I'm gonna pull it in. So it's in millivolts, right? I'll leave it in millivolts and just voltage reg from centre pin negative, right? Bottom pin, we should get 5 volts, which we do. Top part should read about 9. There you go. Pulls 9. I know these caps. I know what it's like, well, because I've done these before. So straight away, right? Then that's right. So the top one should be there. I'm not getting nowhere near the meter readings that should be reading. And again, keeping my hand on that. It's been on for a few minutes now. Barely warm. And that's just how that should be. Barely warm. When I switched that other one on, it got so hot to the touch, it nearly enough took my skin off. That front. And as you can see, absolutely fine. Not an issue of playing. And all this one had was a bad pot. But I'm going to change them bogey type capacitors. It's a shame because the other one was working and then it just failed. So there is a component on there that's gone bad, and I honestly thought it was pointing towards that at the end of the day. So the voltage regulator, because normally the first thing you should change, capacitors, swap the caps out, put new caps in, change the voltage reg, and it normally solves 99% of your problems. And again, fine. I'm keeping my finger and I've not took it off. So something's killing the power very quickly, which is giving it incorrect. So you should have 5 and 9 volts, which is more than enough because that's what the idea of these. But I really should change these because the ESR should not be reading at 15. So it's a good test that I did read that at the point because that's really high. You know, you really want your ESR down to virtually get it down to 1 or 2, 3 the most. You know, when it starts pulling 4 and above, not 15. So absolutely fine, no issues there whatsoever. So yeah, I know that at the end of it, this is absolutely, it's working the way it should. So obviously we've definitely got a ground issue. That would that be because it's not grounded out properly? I don't know. It's true what you said, no, Mr. Worms. These boards are very delicate. Are very, very delicate. But when there's going to be a poor day to come. One of these days, you'll have. This will be nice just to have on show, but it's even more better when you've got them fully working on that front. Because, like I said, you don't always have the aspects thinking, oh well, you know. But these will fail. I mean, look how flimsy the board is. That's no different than the Atari, what you got, the 2 Ataris. They're flimsy, they're right cheap. They was done for that, for the manufacturer, to keep the cost down. So the voltage reg's fine on that front by the looks of it. It's not the issue. which is bloody frustrating because I honestly thought that would cause the issue. I thought, right, oh, if we got a short there somewhere along the rail, and that's what I was worried about. I thought we might have a short, unless it's not making connections properly, and it's causing it to ground out. The only thing that really concerns me, the only ones I seem to be of concern, I think it'd be, which it does. The one on here, the actual board itself. What really worries me is one, that pin's near enough lifting up. Look at the state of my tweezers. Jesus. Two, is this making earth alongside here to ground that pin out? Because obviously this is the ground, you know, at the end of it. I should think it is. I can feel it. It's not broke. I can't feel it broke. Obviously that's going up this leg. So this is the 9-volt rail at the top. The bottom's the 5 to feed the bottom. I don't know, I'm really baffled. Oh no, drop the chip. So the cap's alright, so I've eliminated that cap. Do you reckon it could be, obviously, what about this capacitor? What if this capacitor's gone bad? Because again, it's all pulling it in circuit, and it all goes over. If you follow where that cap goes up here, above, down, goes straight to that earth. Goes to the switching point system. Unless something else has gone on that board from the bottom part, which again, I mean, again, this is where the main big part of the board is, which is up here. Obviously, you won't going to get no power because it needs that switching system to engage it with all these wires. So there must be some jumping wires that you need to do to engage this to turn on, and I think that's what it is. Just having a visual inspection, just to make sure that there ain't nothing bloody broke or something. I couldn't see it because this was working. I was using it. Bloody getting dark in the UK. You can see behind me on the camera. Again, that looks a bit suspect. We've got someone's put the wrong capacitor on that straight away. I don't like them type of capacitors. You're supposed to use the axle capacitors, you know, the ones you know to put back on. Don't think I've even got any of them. What capacitance is it? I don't think it was 50 volt either. Come to think about it, I think there was about 36 volt. So putting 50 volt in, obviously it's not great. I'm pretty sure most of these should be roughly around about 36 volts, not 50. So straight away, suspect caps could be causing this to overvolt. It sounds like you have something in that right leg. It's getting hot. Yeah, I think looking at these caps now, I mean obviously someone's done some work on here. They've put a bigger cap in. Mine's now getting hot glued. Don't bend them around. No. Because I know it'll happen. You, like you said, they just snap off. It's like, you know, Mr. Williams will come out and just say, "No, don't worry, we'll get the glue gun out." Let's get the glue. So yeah, I would say that capacitor straight away. Also, these can go. I know these can go wrong because obviously these are due with voltages. These here, because again, these are like a small voltage regulator. These could actually go wrong. They could be pulling in on these resistance sides. So again, these are in parallel port of each other, and they are resistors. Are they resistors? It'll actually tell you on the board. If I would help if I put it round. No, they got Qs. Obviously it says Q. I haven't got a clue what that is. Got another one up here, right up on the top part of the board, and you can actually see, but they've got the word Q written on them. Get the hot glue out. I don't think I've got any 36 volt capacitors, actual ones. That's a lot. Trying to find anything in here. No, they're clock battery holders. Let's have a butchers. Let's have a gangers. Let's see what we've got. No, they look like for the BBC Micro. Some spare chips. Laser assembly for PlayStation. Xeno game mod chip. Oh, great, lovely. I think they're for Xboxes, the originals. There's no way about Mr. Christopher there saying about on that front. Get the hot glue out. What we got on that one? We got a 25 volt actual cap. Now I normally around about 36 volt. What's the capacitance on that? It's obviously what we got. Are they going to be 4.7s? 4.7s. So they got the correct value. What they've done, they've put 4.7, sounds about right for what this board should take. And they should be roughly around about 36 volts. They've got 4.7 and 50 volts. So the values, so obviously the voltage, it will go beyond that point. But I've got a 1 microfarad. That's no good. I can't use that. 25 volt 2200s. No, I can't use any of these. The Nichon ones there. I've got a 6.31 on that front. Obviously these are smoothing caps. The Nichons are great, fantastic, because these are for audio from eBay, and these should give off. Yeah, they're 6.3 volts at 3300. And they're short-legged, they're not long-legged. Bugger. Well, it's nice to know I've got some in, but they're obviously not great on that front. That doesn't help me. The Nichon ones are great caps because they're a much more higher grade capacitor. We've got a CR32 battery holder. RGB. Oh, I was looking for them. We've got an RGB slow 12 volt. So we've got multiple LED ones on here. So we've got an RGB lighting that runs from 12 volt, 5 volt and 9 volt. Oh, that's handy. So might be coming handy to do a few mods for something like that to put onto a board. Because that's again, the Atari of the 2600, that's one thing it does not have. I suppose you can take it off on the 5 volt rail and then just grind it out, and then you'll know when it comes on. I mean, that's a good aspect. I mean, perhaps I could do that with the Atari, the working one. The only downside is, where the bloody hell would you put it? Unless you put it underneath the leg, that I could put a mod on from that aspect on there. Obviously, this is the working one. Take the 5 volt from the one of the standoff legs, which is going to be at the bottom, and then grind it out, and then when I turn it on, you will get power to the leg. Or I could take it from the actual leg itself. So when it comes off the switch, that might be the best bet. Take it from the switch, because then in that way, it won't be permanently on. It will come on and off with the switch. But you just need to find which leg is the 5 volt. And it won't take much to find out, because obviously you've got the power rail underneath. And just solder 5 volt to one of that, and then grind it out on the other side of the pin. Or just grind it out of any of these, these are ground points anyway, so ain't gonna make no difference. But I wonder if I'll be able to put that underneath with that not being affected. Will that work? Because that's one thing the Atari's never got. So you can't tell if that Atari's on or off. You're just going by the switch. Obviously, this is the bloody switch for it, which that's off, that's on, that's it. You wouldn't. There's no other way of knowing without looking on top of the. If you have a look on there, you've got your on and off. That's all it says. So it's easily misled. But if you had a light, you'd know then one thing for sure, because the only downside to this, if it's got no power, you won't know if that's, even know if that's on. At least that way, if you take it from the leg, you think, it was working, the light was lighting up from the power supply, because you wouldn't know. That might be a good little mod to do. I could do that. I could do that, because I'm not getting nowhere with this. Literally nowhere. I've took this back out, and this is working. That's a shame. I really wanted to address, I honestly thought that voltage regulator's gone bad. It was pointing towards it, but that was obviously getting red hot. If I kept that on long enough, it would kill it. We've got a short somewhere to the ground on it. Unless one of you guys want to take on the project, by all means, please let me know. Put the link in the comment, and I'll be glad to pass it your way and see if you can try and do something. Because obviously, I can't get anywhere. Where was them, typical. So I'll leave that voltage regulator out. Well, that's a shame. Might be able to, I might be able to do that little mod on mine. Pass that little mod on mine. I'll have to open this back up. No, I won't need to open that up, but I could take it from here and find out the voltage regulator on the voltage side and put it to 5 volts. I think it'd be fine with 5 volts. Because that's what them switches were. Where did I just put them? Oh, for crying out loud, I just had them a minute ago. Oh, we are. We're over here. Let me, give me 1 minute, guys. Let me use the Kazi. Oh, God. Must have been that coming. And it's getting dark in here and all. Draw them lines up so I can get that sorted. Yeah, that's a shame, really. Obviously, like a lot of this stuff. It's obviously it's really difficult to diagnose sometimes. So you know, let's crack open. Let's see if we can try and do a simple mod then. If we can't get anywhere without Atari. It's obviously these. I bought these from electronicrepairs.co.uk on that front. So you got 10 RGB slows. So these will be should be rainbow coloured. They're not one coloured. They're rainbow affected. Obviously it don't matter. It'll just pulsate through different colours. Make it look pretty. Bit gutted because obviously I sort of partly know that now I know that I can look back at this video that the capacitor's good. Obviously I'm going to need to change them green bogey ones on that front because of that's not obviously not great. So what I'm going to do, if I power that up, I'll put some power into this. Where's the leads? Ah, the leads are here. So obviously it's up, it's cranked up. So no, thanks, Worms. It's all yours. Fix can no. Can fix this. Oh no, poor Chris. no, thanks, Worms. It's all yours. What's wrong with it? Well, for some reason, Mr. Christopher, it's literally the voltage regulator. Obviously, I bought a bag of them, of these the L7805s, the CVs. Obviously, this is the working one, so that's what I've been testing to make sure obviously the capacitors on these are reading its true value, except the ESR. The ESR is off the chart on these. This one's 7 and the other one's 15 on that front, but this one's working even though this one's registering at 15 here on the ESR chart reading, which is massively high, but it is working, which I did show on the TV. Tested the capacitors, tested the other little these type of capacitors. These are a 3-leg capacitor or 4-leg capacitor, but really it's mainly 3 legs because these they're just earthed out. So really, so it's a 3-leg side. They seem to be reading, but for some reason the other one on here, they've all got a little bit of ball trace damage. I put a little bit of solder mask, make sure it weren't touching. Obviously, it should read on the outer. Top one should read 9 volt. The bottom should read 5. And obviously, the middle is your ground on here at the end of the day, which is not the greatest. Which you can see how tarnished this is, which is not great. Obviously, it's just to help to disperse the heat at the up front. But what's actually happening? This thing's getting red hot after about a minute. And it's getting to the point where you can't even touch it, even the ground pad. You can feel it taking all that transisting heat straight onto the earth, and obviously we've got the voltages are all over the place. So it seems like to me, as soon as it tries to take it directly from the bottom part when the voltage injects in, it tries to get to the top part, this is getting hot. And obviously the working one should barely get warm. So obviously there's a ground somewhere. It sounds like a grounding issue. Something's gone at the bottom on this, which again, that wouldn't surprise me because there's a lot of components. Obviously, there's the voltages. So your voltage goes in, and you've got all these ceramic capacitors goes directly to this, which is going straight to the top on that front. So you can actually look at the circuitry. But again, look what's happening. Obviously, all the solder mask is coming off the boards now because this is what's happening with a lot of this stuff. But that won't cause that at the end of the day because these obviously, there's nothing bridged. So it shouldn't be causing that type of issue. It's exactly the same. They're both revision B. Yeah, that red I would say to power it to a TV modulator box on the right. So yeah, basically, because like I said, these voltages, these power regulators, these do go bad, and these will give off incorrect on that front. Obviously, putting a brand new one on ain't made no difference. It just gets hot very quickly. The other one, I think the heat killed it. Obviously, where there was a problem, and like I said, that was working. It was working really nice. Yeah, maybe it's that shorted on the board. Well, that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking, yeah, there must be a grounding point on there, and it's obviously it shouldn't be getting that bloody hot. Let me take it out and I'll show you. So the issue obviously is one-sided on this board, so it's not a double-sided side. So we checked the capacitor, I checked the cap, absolutely fine. So they're all nicely soldered up, which you can clearly see. Nothing, no issues there. Obviously, put the green capacitor back on. It's fine. One soldered to the leg. One side goes to that 5 volt, which comes straight off from that voltage regulator at the end of the day. So, but looking at that, I mean, it looks like it's making contact. Like I said, I can't see the issue. If I bring the camera in, see if I can power this up. These guys can, and you might be able to see it in a bit closer. I can then show you. You switch this on. Where's the Ekins? Oh, that's it. Cool. You can actually see it for yourself. Not the greatest on that. Now, what's that mark on that side of the board? That is a little bit of solder mask I put on to stop it from bridging. I didn't want these touching because you're supposed to, because you on these, just state my pins. Looks like I've been chewing on them. One side, the top one's going to be the 9 volt. The bottom's going to be the 5 volt. Obviously, the middle being straight to the ground itself, where the screw goes to disperse the heat. You can actually see it. It's decent. Look, it's not touching, so it's not that that's causing the issue. But I put a blob of solder there because I didn't want this touching the negative side of the leg itself. It was on the negative. No, on the other side when you zoomed out. Oh, I zoomed out. Let me have a look. So yeah, so straight away, I know that I can eliminate that. That is definitely not touching. That ground rail is not touching on that, not at all. You can see it, clearly see. So that is totally separated. And the reasons why I say that, because if you look at mine, right, except if I don't throw the TV remote on the floor, I'll push mine over. There's my working one, right? Exactly the same thing again. So, same revision. This is revision B at the end of the day. Yeah, that's all right. Everything just falls on there, Chris. So, so yeah, you can see separate. Should not be touching. Again, it may look it, but I can assure you it's not. It's ever so fine on that front. So that's separated. That's obviously the 9 volt rail. This is your 5 volt rail. Obviously, again. So I know for a fact that this is, you know, is fully on that side. So let me take that. Let me take that Ekins camera off. That's it. Move that to one side. Where's that remote? Fucking hell. So yeah, when you, like you said, when you're actually looking on that board, on the 5 volt rail, obviously the issue is here. So where that power reg goes in, it only goes to certain ways. So it's not as if it's I've got two of those things. Maybe swap the TV modulator and check it out. What, the mod? I don't think it's the mod, no, Worms, that's causing the issue, because this has not been touched. I personally think that there's rather a problem on this, right, that's pulling up to the pin, that's causing this to ground out. Now the left side, it's like two black burns. No, it's just, no, I know what you mean. You're talking about here. No, these burn marks, that's just dirty flux. Yeah, no, it's just flux. Looks like it. You can't see it, but it's just flux. This is, you could actually see in between where all they've done was this being sandwiched up. But you won't get no display. But that's not the issue. The issue is here with the 5V with this regulator. It's getting incredibly hot and it can't go anywhere. So something's making this like a grander short. Well, remember, nothing goes on this board except when it comes up from the top. So this is pulling directly from the bottom, and all you've got is ceramic capacitors. It's going straight to these. Then it goes to, on the pin section, bypassed straight through the capacitor to the switch, and then the switch is cutting it off, obviously, because as soon as it's turned off, this don't get hot, because that's in the off position. As soon as I switch it on, which is up, that now releases that open circuitry. Now it puts voltage in, obviously, and then it goes back on itself into the circuitry, which then goes onto the positive side, back into the pins once it's all gone round here. So now it's not only feeding, the 9 volts feeding the rest of the pins, the 5V is reading all up at this end. That's not the issue, but the bloody voltage regulator, it's just, I'm not getting nothing. Well, I can put that voltage reg back in, I'll show you. So there is obviously something that's pulling, making that, something's not right with it. On that front, and I ain't got a clue. I just ain't. I'm going to put some more thermal paste on, because that stuff looks like it's all, the heat's dried that out. That's how hot it's got. It looks like it's dried. It's dried out, and then this is MX2, right? A little bit more runnier. Let's put a little bit of this on. That's a good amount of thermal paste, right? Now, obviously, you put these on CPUs. CPUs, roughly in stable temperatures, normally get roughly around about 70 degrees Celsius. So this should be more than efficient for that to go in. I'm going to put, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to put some more at the top, because I know that it gets hot there. That'll do. I've put plenty on, right? Eliminate this once and for all. Then I can put the screw back in. That'll then hold it into place. Which it has, squashed it, and you can kind of see. So you can see, look, I put plenty of thermal paste on that, so that's, I can totally eliminate that. I'll solder it back up on the leg. Let's hug that leg. Lovely. That's fine. I can see that. It's absolutely fine. Like I said, I've followed everything what he says on there. It looks absolutely, yeah, it's fine. That's earthed out and all round the legs. So I've got to make sure I hugged all the legs around that. So I can totally eliminate that is not bridging or anything, and that is absolutely fine. So we've got thermal paste right on the bottom there, right? So we can then eliminate the issue of the heat side. Right. So, cool. Let's put her back in. Now, let's put... I'm going to put that on the book, so it's obviously not going to shorten everything out. So I can eliminate that. I'll put a game in. And there we go. Let's take the game out. Because these Ataris won't power up without a game in. Again, it just won't. It's just the way they've done it. Right, she's off at the moment. Right. Now, I'm not going to plug this into the TV. Now, again, I've proven that on my one, you can keep your hand on it, right? You see how long I can keep my finger on, and that's grounded properly like I did previous. So I'm going to switch it back on. We'll see how hot this gets very quick. It didn't take long to get hot. She's warming up. She's warming up. No, we've still got the same problem. It's going to get to the point where I can't keep my finger on this. And it ain't taking long either. She's getting a bit toasty. No. It's getting to the point where I'm going to say, wow. No. That's it. It starts burning. So straight away, it's pulling the voltages, whatever it's doing, it's getting hot. It's just, it can't seem to, it's like, you know, like I said, it's not great. I think the issue's not here. I think it's on that secondary part of that board somewhere. That's, you know, obviously it's coming back into circuit because that, yeah, so when it's turned on. Measure the resistance from the 5V out from the centre ground pin. I'm going to let it cool down first. Don't take long to cool down. That's not even probably, I'd say, not even just probably coming up to about a minute. Now the other one, I kept my finger on it for a good couple of minutes. It barely got warm. That's how they should do. So I know they're doing their job. Now I kept it on millivolts, right, on that front. So then it'll pull the correct voltage what it needs, right. Centre pin earth, right. So I can just grind that out because it's being grounded out from there, right. And then I'm gonna, let's see if I can move the camera up a bit so you guys can see. So first thing I'm gonna measure is that chip cooled down yet? Yeah. So I'll show you, right. I'm gonna switch her on, so I ain't gonna have long on this. We're pulling 1.3 volts, top one, 8, it's wrong. So it pulls 9 volts at the top and 1,003, which it should be 0.9. So it looks like it's pulling, a lot of voltage very quickly, but putting it in the wrong order. Obviously, top should be 5, the bottom should be 9, or the top should be 9, the bottom should be 5. That's what it should register at on that front. So obviously the top's pulling the correct voltage, the bottom's pulling like nearly 4 or 5 times its amount that it's not supposed to be pulling. And I'll prove it, and I'll do it again. So the top should read about, give or take, the top should be roughly around about 9 volts, which it is. The bottom is pulling 1 point, you can actually see it's pulling 1.1 amp. So it's pulling it's pulling like a 1 amp draw to the bottom. So the top part of it's getting voltage, the bottom part is causing the issue. So there's a short somewhere that's making that grounding out. And where's the short? I don't know. But that's what's causing the problem here. Obviously, I checked the cat, pulled these out at the end of the day because these could be culprit. No, it's just the ESR is a little bit high, but it makes no difference because this one's actually reading 8 and on mine it's reading 15 on the ESR meter. It should be reading that high. Yeah, separate the 2 bolts from punch and the PS5 9 volts to this 70. Right, I see what you mean. And then short, and then stack, and then let's check the output. Yeah, you'll know when it's the board is at fault. So yeah, because yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, I know what you're saying. At the end of the day, just put obviously the top part of that voltage regulator is pulling 9 volts. So straight away that's doing its job. So the top part of the pin is fine. The issue seems to be when I ground the bottom part, that leg. Once soon as I touch that bottom leg, it should be about 5 volts. It's reading 4 or 5 times its amount. So obviously, and when I'm trying to follow that in suit, which is the bottom one. Where's the bottom one for that pin? It's going to be on this bottom part here. It goes round the bottom part of that leg, which then comes out onto that outer pin to pin 1. So that's where that leg's going. So that's the 5 volt. So that pin 1 should be 5 volt straight away. So that's interesting then. So that's pin 1. That should register at 5 volt alone. So we can ground that out at least. Where's me? Because that's going to be putting the 5 volts in. Like you said, yes, there's got to be a way of testing to make sure the elimination on this, what's causing this to shorten itself. It's like you said, is it the top part or is it the bottom part? And the ground. And I'm going to put this in. So I'm going to do 5 volts, right? 5 volts at 1 amp. At the moment, she's at 9 volts. So I'm going to take that down to 5 on the PSU, and I'm going to ground this out because it ain't going to make no difference. Obviously, the grounding issue. So we can use to ground it out, we can use any of the ground points, which is going to be anywhere along here to ground this out. Or better still, the grounding leg to a capacitor. So we can ground it out. So we know we're going to get negative because the positive's always on where, see, the negative side is always where the arrow is pointing. So I know that's the grounding point from the capacitor. Pin 1, where did I say pin 1 was? So I just need to put it to pin 1. We've got 9 pins in total. So pin 1 is going to be up here. So this is where pin 1 is. And then like that. Cool. I don't want the pins rounding out on anything else. No, it's not. So the way I've done it, negative on the negative side of the leg because it's going to be pulling into ground anyway, and this is going to pin 1 that comes directly from this chip, that's where the issue is given me. Then that indicates, like you said, is that pulling 5 volts? Because if that's not pulling 5 volts on there, then the other part, then it's like you said, Chris, could be coming from the second part of the board. That could be the issue. The 7805 needs 7, I think, to minimum for it to work. Well, let's test it. It's because it's like you said, 9 volts has got to go in at the top. Obviously, I think the transformer is 9 volt transformer, 0.5 milliamp. It's a 0. I think it's a 500 milliamp on that front on the power supply. So again, testing. I'm going to power this on, which we are on, and it is slightly pulling, just a little bit on the power rail, right? Not much, 0.5. So obviously we are pulling something. So I'm going to test this and see if we're getting 5 volt from the bottom. Should do. Yeah, we're getting 5 at the bottom. We're getting 5 at the top because on that. So like I said, okay, then if that's the case then, right, I need to find the 9 pin. I need to find that top pin and put 9 volts in on that front. So what I need to do then, I'll shut this off, right? Now what I need to do is do the same thing again, but find 9 volts that goes in from the top part. So 5's at the bottom, 9's at the top. So if I find that 9 volt rail, I can inject 9 volts in, and then that should give me me 5 volt at the bottom, and then see if that is actually pulling. So that makes sense to what you're saying. Sort of learning as I'm going along, but yeah, I think you're right. That makes sense. So the top one is going to be 9, which is going straight to that leg, then going to the off position of the negative side of that leg. So what I might have to do is solder a wire and put 9 volts in. I think that might be my best bet, you know. Just solder a wire to it direct, and we can take it from there. And then the bottom should read out your 9 volts. And then if that's not reading out the 5 at the bottom, then obviously something's not right on that front. What are you guys laughing at? Oh, glue the wire. Do you know what? I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it, bro. Give me 60 volts, a Carfor would say. I mean, what? A bit like when he said put 60 volts into the Verbi. Oh, that was brilliant. It's fucking poor Mr. Pico. I mean, you know, he's gonna obviously he's obviously got his parcel today. So his son would have had that the Furby. It would have been driving him up the wall. I really do feel sorry for him. The Furby was going on about something about pizza or something, and that was absolutely hilarious. Pizza. So he's busy buying. No, I hid the batteries. Oh, Vigo, you ain't done that. Not to your poor son. That's cruel. He'll hid the batteries. He won't get his Furby. You know that means a lot. Look, we grew up with him. You've got to pass that on to thinking what he missed out, what we had in the early 80s and 90s. It did make me laugh, though. Regardless of how much them Furbies really got on your nerves. Even MK thought, oh, they're cool. Put that as your mascot. I said, trust me, you won't. Give it 10 minutes. And within 20 minutes, he said, I can't take much more. I'm going to end up in the loony asylum. He thought, oh no, I told you they get to you. Even the Furbies get to you. I said, that's what Furbies are like. They just get to you. wonder if you can. I wonder if you mod them. Do you know what? Do you know, that's a good question, Chris. You know, I'm sure you could, you know. I mean, obviously, look, Mum, I've got no computer, like, you know. He modded them, and he done a marvellous job of modding them. I mean, it must have cost him a fortune to buy that lot. Change the speech. You know, literally, yeah. Put it on there. Put it on like a Prince Andrew's voice to say, like really posh or really deep. Andy. It's like Andy. Oh, then Andy's going to end up just thinking, why does that say? Why does he end up saying that one sounds like me? You're thinking, oh no. Now I've soldered that directly, right? I've sold. I can't concentrate. I've now got visions in my head with that now. Just make sure that he's not touching. That's actually brilliant. No, I don't want that touching. No, she's not touching. So, soldered the 9-volt straight to that leg, right? Same thing again. So the bottom's the 5, the top's the 9. So hopefully we can now, if I grind that out, which obviously you guys can see, I'm going to do the same thing again, and this time I will test it. Crank this up to 9. Keep it on 1 volt. 9 volts, right? So you can guys see, obviously you can't see with all the bloody wires there, it's like spaghetti junction. Jesus. Why not 60? Oh no, Carrefour. Oh no. We was only just talking about, we was only just saying if Carrefour was here, I guarantee it'd say 60 volts, just like on the Furby. Oh, no, that would be more fun. Oh no, seriously, 60 volts. You know it's going to happen, didn't you? Lame-o. You're going to put it out there, just say you're going to inject 60 volts in it. Don't we think we've had enough magic smoke on here? There's always something happening. You know it's going to happen. I've already killed a radio by putting 5 amps through it. And that smoked. I went, oh God, what's all that smoke? Quick, shit, turn it off. It's 60 volts. You got your spare 7005s. I think I've got a box. I've got a bag of them there. I think I'm going to need it. Go for it. It'll make content. You see how much. Actually, you should do a test. Yeah, actually, do you know what? All jokes aside, I think you're right. I think you're onto something here. There should be a video, right? And I'm going to do one, right? It's test half of these capacitors to their capacitance and see if they can hold. Because some of these say at the end of it, yeah, and what's their max voltage, right? Because like you said, when you were saying they're supposed to register, 35 volts, and they're 32,000 microfarads. There's no way they're even going to take nowhere near that, not even half of it. You know it's going to fail. 35 volt input, they can take it. Well, wait till I get my new power supply, because this can only go up to 5 amps, where my other one goes up to 20 amps. Massive upgrade, because the other one I'm getting is a buck converter built in it, so that will give it a kick to get it up to near enough its cranking value. Yeah, that's getting hot. No, I ain't even touched it. I ain't even plugged it in yet. I've not. It's literally. What's that? What's that's getting hot? No. It's in. So I ain't put no voltages into this yet because I'm not turning it off. Carrefour saying literally crank it up to fucking 60. Yeah. Okay. Wait until the if stuff. Yeah, I think it's obviously. This is going to make it interesting, but obviously cranking it up to 60 will definitely do the job. I'd wait until this stuff's up. Yeah. So right, I'm going to turn her on. Right. Obviously, now I'm going to test the top. See if we're getting 9. We're pulling 9. Now the bottom should read 5. No. And it is. So this is working then. So she's doing her job. So that means indicate, you can see, frustrating. So Mr. Christopher is right again. At the end of the day, this top part is absolutely fine. It's doing its job. It's pulling on there. Oh no. Oh no. So it's the main board. So we've eliminated it then. It's not the top part that's causing the issue. It's obviously, now I've eliminated that. That was actually a good shout, actually. That was a good little tip of actually knowing in the future of working on Ataris. Separate the board, use Jackson in voltage to actually take it off and see if this 5-volt regulator, this voltage regulator is doing its job by grounding it out and putting 9 volts in, 5 volts at the bottom. Obviously, you see it is. If there was a short somewhere, that would have spiked. That would have gone massive. And I bet there's nothing. I bet if I put that one back, the original one, I bet that one's working and all. So it is definitely the main board. So there's something gone on here. So the issue is here. And I'm going to put a note and make on there. Top part board tested, all fully working. Because it makes sense. Because if it was pulling anything, obviously that's getting red hot. So then there's not much in circuit. You can actually see what's in it. It's only a couple of, you've obviously got a couple of capacitors, and obviously, and that's it. That's all you got, and a cap which are tested. So obviously this is doing its job. So it's a bit like a form of UART what I've just done there, which is, you're right. So now 100% something's gone on here, which is bloody frustrating, because that then now means that's what, because like you said, as soon as the voltage comes in, it's going into this board, creating a short, going back through the pins, making that voltage regulator work really hard. Because if that was burnt out, that voltage regulator, you would have obviously seen that that voltage would have spiked on that front. So obviously, now this is where a thermal cam would have been handy on that front. But if there's a short on here, thermal cam wouldn't, obviously, a thermal cam won't do that. You wouldn't show the short if there's one of these completely grounded out. What did the original 78 amp on the 6-volt blown or something? No, I don't think it was. Or it could be a blown chip. Pico's right. Could actually be a blown chip. The only other way now is taking the chips back out and test them, which I did do. I did test them because I ticked them. So I reckon something else has failed on here. Now remember, looking on here, you've got crystals on here. So can a crystal go bad? Or these take voltages. Could one of these go bad? And there's 3 of them on here. Because again, these are very similar to the ZX Spectrums. These are notorious for going bad. Because again, injection voltage will go around the board. Yeah. Would it be a... Now, crystals don't normally go bad, crystallizations. It's more power related, I'd say. The reasons why I say it's more power related, because the chip takes about less than a minute, it starts getting hot. But these, I'm pretty sure, these look very familiar. These are like a diode. Again, voltage goes in one way, it don't get returned. And again, there's 3 of them on here, and if one of these have gone bad, that could affect it for it to be in circuit. Obviously, it's not pulling the correct voltage on there. The only other way of knowing, to 100% sure to know, is take the working one out and test them. Literally test them. Because if one of these have gone bad, because these do take voltage, I think they take about, off the top of my head, these take about 6 volts. About just over 6 volts for going on there. Because the Spectrum's got them on the board as well. And again, they get red hot very quick. Yeah, take the socket of the IC out and see if the current draws and goes away. That's a good point. Yeah. So basically, I mean, pull one. What you're basically saying is pull one chip out at a time to see if the problem goes away. Because again, it's feeding. Take all 3 out. Yeah. Well, I'll have to I'll have to I'll have to keep them to one side because I don't want to mix these two up. That one I can't. They're all socketed. They've all got no, except that one. That one's got to go this side. So again, you've got to get these round the correct orientation because they've all got notches. So 2 at the bottom, that one pointing there. If I take that out, I think, yeah, to prove a point, I think you're right. It won't cost nothing to actually take it out. No, that's all right. They're not too bad. But yeah, they ain't, it's not like the Ataris or anything else on that front. Let me pull this camera up, guys. I'm going to whack my head on it, otherwise just take the goggles off. It's a shame because I really wanted to get this Atari back up and running. Because again, it would have made a nice little so these do take it out, and you've got to be careful because again they're just like on the Ataris. So I'm going to put that one over there. That one's out. Cool. Put that one in the middle. I'm going to pull that one out. That one's out. And I've not damaged not one pin of that. So, again, exactly. So, right, all 3 of them are out, right? So, we'll do the same thing. We'll plug her back in. Right, I'm going to put this one back in here. Let's prove, because like you said, there's no IC chips in this at all. So again, turn that off. Where's the volt? Where's that 9 volt? Now again, should be that shouldn't be powering. You shouldn't get no power in that now. Oh no, what you said there, guys. Oh no. Just mark the top and the middle and the bottom. No, it's all right. Put them to one side. You don't know where they're going. Take a picture. A selfie. Literally, just say, snap. I've got it on Instagram. I'll be all right. Follow me. I'm going to take a selfie. These guys crap me up. You really do. Comments on it. I was just waiting for car fonders just to say something on that matter. It's got to have something like why you take the selfie? Hold 60 volts. You see if that light you up a bit. Yeah, bring a smile to your face. Yeah, definitely. I'll have more than a smile on my face. I'll be saying I can't let go. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. Hang on a minute, I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, that's it. Let's put that away. So yeah, all the chips are out. I'm going to switch it back on. And I'm just going to hold on my finger on that chip. That's really funny. Now, if that still gets hot with them IC chips out. She's warming up, guys. It ain't the IC chips. There's something that's pulling on that board. Just take a selfie. No, she's getting toasty. She's getting toasty. No, she's getting hot to the touch. So there's something. It's not the ICs. We clearly have recognised it is not the ICs. So something is killing. From that bottom part of that board, pulling all the way up to the top. That's frustrating. So you've eliminated the ICs on it. It does make me laugh. Take a selfie and make sure you're holding 60 volts. So yeah, ain't the ICs, it's obviously causing the issue. I still think it could be these. Because again, one's a gate, one's a collector. In that front, I think that it could be like one of these might have failed. The only other way of knowing is opening the other one up, testing it when it's switched on, right, and then see if the voltage is on these, because again, these are all... Oh, there's another one over in the corner. I didn't even see that. So we got another one. So we've got a couple of them. So we got 4 in total. Wow. Make sure there ain't no more, anyway. So no, we've got 4 in total. 4. Hold up a minute. What else can't help you do? Remove them. Yeah, actually, you might be onto something there. Obviously, some of these, they're all facing towards me, except that one's facing towards the other end of the board. I can actually read out. Where's the diode now? I'll tell you what these are. Pico might know what these are if I read out on the thing on it. You've got S and T. Is that S or is that ST? That one's got 5T. That one's got ST. And that one's got 2N. No, they're all bloody different. That one's got PN. So yeah, these are all reading different readings. 147, that's 146, 146. And that is a 149. That's a 3563. 3906. That's a 3906B, so it's the same one as that. And that one is, which I can't see properly. Let's clean it up with a bit of IPA. I can't fucking see that. It looks like a mark going right over it. Take a selfie. You crack me up, you guys. You really do. The 39 is an NP3 transistor. So the transistors, and you know what happens with transistors, they go bad. PNP's a transistor. Oh, God. As soon as you mentioned the word transistor, and transistors take voltage, which can then obviously go bad. And they're notorious because they do. I think transistors take up to about, they could take a few volts in that front. This one I couldn't read properly. It's 0904 transistor, yeah, because it don't say it in circuit, because it comes up Q. These are Qs. They got this start on the board Q. But if they're transistors, there's a chanceability they could go bad. And that would make sense, because if something obviously you can't complete the circuit, there will be. And the only way to test transistors, obviously, again, testing them in circuit, you're reading it from other stuff, ideally. They need to be taken out. I'm just hoping that, but there's there's 4 in total, so you've got 4 different transistors on here. That's a shame. Just going to make sure there ain't no burn marks or something. No, everything's factory on here. It just looks stock. It ain't been touched. We've got no breakages on that front. I can put the chips back on at least. Yeah, see, some of them ceramic capacitors take 12 volts. Like this one right in the corner. There's a capacitor right here, ceramic capacitor. Right, it's a nice. It's got a 5T, but it takes 12 volts. So some of these resistors on there, and that ceramic capacitor. So it could be a numerous of things, obviously. 60 volt 5 amp should fix it. Oh no, even Carfor laughed at that one. He was waiting for that one to come out. This is where a thermocoder would be nice. Yes, so most definitely. On that front, that's one thing I'll need to invest in. 60 volts. Go on, Mr. Carfor. I thought you losing out here, my friend. I was waiting for you to come out with it. Or better still, he's saying, if you can't put the chips in, Velcro them in. Definitely. Let's put these chips back. Obviously, that didn't make no difference on that whatsoever. Take it. I think the best one was take a selfie. Take a selfie when you take the pictures. Yeah, the power's back onto the ground, so it's the main board. So I'd say put some IP on, see what burns off. That's a good yeah, that's a good shout out. Velcro is better than a socket. That'll hold it down. At least I won't have any issues. I mean, obviously, Mr. Worms has got to have a look at that. And if he's having no luck with my Atari board, perhaps he might be able to use a bit of Velcro to stick it down. Obviously, because of the bloody thing on it. I think I'm gonna follow what you just said. I think that what Mr. Christopher just recommended. It's literally, let's put it back on and squirt it with a bit of IPA and see what actually gets up. I can take this wire off now. So the voltage regulator is fine. Velcro Velcro is always better. Always. You can't beat Velcros. These guys are amazing. It does make me laugh. That's one thing I love when you all need, this where the band of all bounces off, innit? Like, sometimes I know we're all trying to stream an entertainment, but again, literally, it's just like it's like kids being in the classroom again, isn't it? It's like someone's being naughty. Think, oh no, you're going to get told off in a minute. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we definitely. You need you definitely. Guess you don't have to have a sandwich today. No, I had the sandwich. The dog ate the sandwich. Do you know what? He had one. He had one last night. One of my sandwiches. Someone finished because I finished late. I said, "Oh, you can have a bit of the sandwich." I'm fucking joking. He took the entire lot. I only had a little bit left. I had about that much out of a sandwich. So I went, right, I'm going to eat my sandwiches before I come round. So I thought, right, that's it. I thought that bloody dog, he'd just swallow it. So, no, with his big gob, he literally is a monster. It's just partly in with that. Just going to make sure that he's definitely 100% not touching on that front. No, she's definitely not touching. But that solder mask, it's gone rock hard. I'll tell you what, I'm impressed with that. 3 seconds. Didn't keep that on for long. It's really good gear. So yeah, I totally recommend that, guys. Go and get some of that decent solder mask. Fucking hell. It's like concrete, that stuff. Right, no, it's not touching. Just made sure, just gone over it, make sure it's not. I don't want it grinding out. All my guts are rumbling. So, right, obviously, I'm going to put this back and I'm going to do what Mr. Chris said. So, basically, I'm going to squirt it with IPA and give her a damn good roasting on that front. Obviously, is that off? And then I think that's a good shout out. And let's see what gets hot. Oh look, fuck. Got me hand all in bloody thermal paste. Crying out loud. Right. Now let's hold up. Still got half it on my fingers. So yeah, I think that might be a good shout out. Do go down this route. Obviously, IPA it won't hurt. Yeah, I guess that's worms that evil. Giving him food poisoning. Oh no. Birds, what you done? It wasn't that fish, was it? Yeah, it was that. You need a doggy. You need a doggy cam. No, doggy cam. It went. Why was it? How did you get on with that fish? Because you said, oh, I've got to go out to go and get the fish out in a minute. It was burning in the oven. Sausages tonight. Oh no. You get the sausages out. Right. I'm going to switch this on, guys. Right. I'm going to put it to one side. It ain't going to grind out there, is it? No, it should be alright. So, obviously, this is going to be the off button. Sausage cam. I just scrapped. What's that? Oh no. It was okay. I just scrapped off the burnt bits. Oh no. Oh no, the burnt sausages. God, struth, no. Oh no, the sausage. That's all right. Just say blast them a bit. It'll be all right. I think it needs a chat and think it needs a dog cam. Watch your fingers. You'll have no fingers left with him. He's a right monster. Hold up, what's that on the floor? That was a bit of crap. Right, so I'm going to switch her on, and then I'm going to blast this with IPA. Let's have a look and keep an eye on that voltage reg because that gets red hot. She's on. I can't see anything. We are pulling. That voltage reg's getting up. Nothing else. Nothing. Absolute nothing. But that cap's getting up. Yeah, that voltage reg is getting red hot very quickly. She's drying out. Trying to keep her cool because she's got to burn herself out. I can't see anything else getting on this board. Literally nothing. Nothing else is being cooked. Except for the one item that's getting red hot very quick. Got to keep blasting her. No. Still everything else is staying wet. It's just that voltage regulator. It keeps going back to that voltage reg. It's going straight back to that voltage regulator. Now everything else just staying wet. It's staying soaked. Some of these chips are drying out. Obviously that's just natural drying out process. Yeah, keeps going back to that one thing. So no, guys, that didn't even work. I'll give it a damn good blast with IPA now. I mean, it won't hurt. But the only one thing that keeps coming back is right here. This is what keeps getting hot. Sorry, Worms. Let me turn this off, my friend. I can read your comments. Right, hold up. Oh no, Falcon's here. Falcon's back in. Oh no, Falcon. Wait for it. That's odd, isn't it? Yeah. This is vote that you have to get a doggy cam. Oh no, seriously, a doggy cam. Leave it on. Maybe it will fix itself. I'm afraid it don't. It keeps going straight back to that voltage regulator. Oh no, wait for it. Falcon, how did I know he was going to come back to that chair? No, seriously. Yeah, remove that voltage reg and inject voltage on the output side to see what gets up. I know what you're saying at the end of it. Because obviously it's going to go back to it. Do you know what, Ozzy? That makes sense. Good idea, okay. Yeah, that was Garfor and Ozzy said. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll take her back off, right? Obviously, we need to put 9 volts in and see what's pulling. Yeah, but don't obviously 9 volts is obviously going back to that rail somewhere along the line to see what it's actually pulling, because I've given that a good blast with IPA, 5 volts. See what much is current draws. No, take it out and put 5 volts in. Yeah, all right. I think you're right. At the end of the day, so obviously good blast with IPA. Good shout out. No, did you know sort of you was onto something? Thought like it's got to be something along the line. What's killing this 9 volt short? 60 volts. Yeah, actually, yeah. Look. How much I've look. That's how much I've just drained that with IPA. That's flux. That is flux. That's dripping off that board. Unbelievable. Let me put the old. For fuck's sake, it's gone flat. The battery on this is crap. It's gone completely flat. Wow. I can't even blow it. Oh, Jesus. 60 volts. You get the 60 volts out. Give me a minute, guys. Just put all this crap in a bin. I think I might be onto something now. I think take that out, inject 5 volts in, see what happens. Bronson's sitting there. He's thinking, he's behaved himself tonight. He's not been sitting in the kitchen, no. He's actually sitting on the chair. He's got the hump, bless him. He has. I bet he's thinking, yeah, well, where's my sandwiches then? He ain't getting no sandwiches. That big goofer, he eats everything I put out in front of him. Look at him. He's one big goofer, He's all right troublemaker. Bonzi. No, once his belly rubs, he's thinking, no, I ain't rubbing his rotten old belly. Dog cam. He would have ate your sausages. He'd have ate your fingers to go with it. Literally. Hot cows. So I think we'll take her back out again and that'll dry out, won't it? Fuck me, I'll have to put a soak that with IPA. Jesus. Look at all the flux come off there. This was all nice and clean. Just think, this was my mum's favourite towel. Give him a sarnie. He's at them all. He ain't no sarnies. I can give it. I'll tell you what I can give him. I'll give it. No, the balls is clean. Fuck me, I've used half a can already. Literally, still soaking wet. We'll give him a doggy can, right? Let's give this big goofer let's get this big goo for we've got one of these today, right? So these are chicken fillets, right? For Bonzi. Jesus, he had no hands left in. He's a pizza or some. Fuck me, is that it? But that didn't last long, did it? Jesus, what was up that dog? He don't chew it, he just swallows it. That's gone. Yeah, he thought, what was that? It's gone. Seriously, give him the old pack. He'll fucking eat it. I'll tell you what, Pico, he'll eat it and all. He eats like you won't believe. Oh, God, look at the glue. Oh, no, he's gluing. Oh, no, he can't. Jesus. He's got the glue out. Fucking quick. Give him to fix the board. He'll eat the board. What you want about it? He's already ate off me screwdriver. I already ain't got a screwdriver thanks to him. He's already ate half of it. I thought, what's he doing? He thought it was a carrot. I bet he did in no time. I bet he bloody would and all. Send him over a sausage squeaky. Well, I'll buy him one of them bloody other toys over there and he just ends up killing everything. Bonzi? Right, no, he's getting down. Thinking, where's that? No eating my screwdrivers, Dick, because you already ate half of my screwdrivers. Obviously, it didn't come down too great. So, that's what he says next. What he says, yeah, what's next? No, he ate half my bloody screwdriver kit. I mean, as it is, I've got half a screwdriver because I thought, what's he chewing on? Yeah, well, he obviously thought it was nice to taste. Not designed for big cane causers like him. He's a right monster. It's right. Okay, let's put that over there then. He says next. He said he'll eat him in no time. Fucking fixes. He definitely will and all. Right, let's take a fuck me. This voltage regulator's been in and out, more times than anything else. Oh, before I do that, let's take the screw out first. I'm going to run out of thermal paste. Well, that's one aspect that the looking at this is definitely seems to be the culprit with when it comes to like everything. Then it, you know, it seems to point in that one direction, but why it's obviously not telling you why it's getting a granger short somewhere along the line. Oh yeah, I forgot because yeah, you got a little lovely little Jack Russell. That's when he barked. He went off his head. He thought, what the hell was that? He got up and he barked and he made me jump. Mine once in a lifetime. Oh, doggies, he ate my folding glasses. My bloody glasses, oh no. Okay, I know, it's a fucking joke, isn't it? I mean, he ate half of my... I thought, oh, what's he eating? I didn't give him anything to eat. Yeah, and then I looked down, he had half of it sticking out of his mouth. Yeah, he decided to eat me, the screwdriver. He thought it was something to eat, or something to chew up at least. Yeah, there's the remaining of it. He thought, what was that? It's true, he said he thought it was a carrot. Look at the teeth marks, look. I thought, fucking hell, that was a complete screwdriver. Fucking glad I took that off him quick, because he near enough ate the lot. It's when he ate after plastic. I thought, stupid dogs, what's up with them? Animals are so dumb sometimes, they're unbelievable. There's no way. I thought my glasses were bad, but they're in danger. I never did find them after the lenses are gone. You thinking, oh no, the dog's at them. You think, quick, take them out. Animals do the most daftest things. It's unbelievable. Right, I'm going to need Sound weak. I can't find fuck all this. Oh yeah, so it's up here. It's funny though. Animals do the most daftest things you wouldn't believe. Ouch. She's getting hot. Oh, your boogers. She's hot. Bit of flux. God, that flux just... I mean, it's good, but it's fucking sticky as hell. That's near enough lifted that pad right off now. See, because I've took it off a dozen times. This is what I knew was going to happen. Because it looks like now it's completely damaged it. Again, we're going down that route again. Can't keep taking these things on and off. Yeah. Solder paste. What is that done? Let's have a look, see what damage it's done. Obviously, because it's weakening. That's the trouble. Where you keep taking it on and off, you're weakening. Because again, these boards are really ultra thin. They don't do it much justice. That looks like that's completely torn all the traces off that middle one. Yeah, middle trace is gone by the looks of it. Right, I'll show you what happens. Just took the middle trace off. After the flux don't stink me out. Fucking all that flux. YPA. Give her a quick old squirty squirts. And good old brushy brush. Yeah, it's pulled quite a lot of the trace off. Knew that would happen. Cleans the brush. I'll show you what's done. So, where we kept taking it in and out, it is actually it's damaged the traces. So we, oh god, now I've got all bits on the fucking bit. So it looks like now it's took the center trace out, which you can just make a little bit of it. The outer bit, well, at least it won't touch now. I mean, I can eliminate that. That bit's still attached to this trace, which is not the problem because that is the 9 volt that goes to that rail. Bottom one's a 5, so the bottom one's not the issue. I mean, lucky enough that's still salvageable. I can still get to it as long as the 9's still connected on there, because there's nothing at the top pin. These are just blank pins at the end of the day. So literally it can still be soldered there, and the earth can goes directly to this. So it's still got a little bit. It's not the main issue on that front, but at least it's could be eliminated now, and it definitely ain't going to touch 100% on that front. Definitely getting in there, nice. Oh cows, I know. There's no way that I'll know it. But where did you get that flux from? Do you know what? I'd hate to think that flux that was in a kit that I bought when I first bought my kit on there, and I don't know what it is, but it looks like gel. It's like a gel and a mixture. I mean, it does do the job. It's really good. I mean, that was a full bottle, but obviously I've been using it. Where's that 5? Which pin is the 5V? I mean, that Mr. Worms is going to be at the, if I remember correctly, 5V's going to be at the bottom. The 9V should be at the top. So 9V at the top, 5 at the bottom. So we're going to be looking 5 at that, 9 at the top. So I'll put the 5V rail straight on. So I need to solder that back, didn't I? So where's that bit of wire? So I'm going to put the 5V rail back. Hold up a minute. Yeah, that's a good point. Was it? Well, I could. The only way I could definitely tell is power my one up, and I'll know for sure. Put my one back in to see which one that is 100%. And then I can power that up, and then I'll know for sure that it's the top was. I forgot what one it was, obviously. We keep it in millivolts. We're going to inject voltage into the bottom part of the pin. And I'm going to turn her on and just switch the five at the bottom, 9 at the top. Right, okay. So it's at the bottom pin. Or just the jack plug on one side. No, that's alright, I found it. So it's the bottom's the 5. Bottom's the 5V. So I'll take that, where's that injection board? So it's going to be the bottom end, which is going to be up here. Well, would help. I put bloody. I desolded it, didn't I? I think that's done it. I'll make sure that he's not touching on the ground pin. No, we're fine. Absolutely fine. So we are soldered to the 5V rail. Could. So we got that. Now we need to plug this back in. Now I've set this to 9 volts. So I'll crank that down to about 5 volts. Keep it on 1 amp. Right. And I'll take the negative pin to the negative side of the leg. Put at the moment it's off, so there's no voltage going into it. At the end of the day, so there's no voltage regulator on that at all, right? None. All we got is 5 volts. Now you're basically saying plug her back in, right? Plug this back to the board. What are you doing? I'm done. Andy, we're still mucking about with the board. We're still getting, we for some reason, we've got a 9 volt rail, but we haven't got a 5 volt rail. We've got a 5 volt rail short somewhere along the ground. So we pointed it towards, it's not the top part of the board, it's coming from the bottom part. I pulled all the ICs off, had a quick look, what they suggested, and we're still getting that same problem. So that's where we are at the moment. Where's what current draw is it getting? Well, at the minute, I'm just on the verge of putting that back. And we're going to put this back in. So I'll put the game in because obviously it won't complete a circuit without it. We'll put, obviously you're going to get the point of that. Back on fixes. Mandy. Oh no. Oh, that flux. Fuck me, that flux is fucking there. They weren't kidding. That flux is super sticky. So obviously I want to see where this 5 volt rail short is, somewhere along that board. So I've injected, I ain't injected yet. Daughter sorted it. Oh no. Oh no. Andy. Yeah, she's been fed and watered. I don't know. So Chris, obviously Mr. Chris has been guiding, he's been helping that front. So by injecting 5 volts directly into the 5 volt rail, we're not going to get a 9 volt rail, because obviously 9 volts seems to be getting there, but it's the 5 volt rail that's obviously not outputting. So there's got to be something else that's killing something else on that. Let's have a look to see what else is going to get on. Now again, should I squirt a bit of IPA? Obviously, or I can go for the touch feel. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I can go by touch. So she switched on, and we're pulling nearly a 1 amp draw. She's pulling 989, which straight away there's a current draw on there. Let's see what warms up. Yeah. It's pulling 1.75. 1.75 out of a 5 amp draw. Out of a 1 amp draw. So there should be 5 volts. So straight away we've got an issue there. So it's distorted. So straight away the issue is that's pulling, it's climbing up. It's sort of like it stops, but that's supposed to be 5 volts. So it's shorted. So something is definitely grinding out on this board, and I can't feel nothing. So like you said, putting 5 volts into this, is pulling down. So something's grinding this out. Oh, hold up. I just felt something. It's got really hot in this corner. Ouch. Yep, I found it. What did I say earlier on? It's the resistors. It's coming from round these resistors. It's getting red hot. What did I say earlier on? I said, I bet it could be one of them resistors. It's getting hot. It felt round here. It's definitely round this end. I'm going to let it cool down for a minute because something's red hot in here and I can't see it. It got red hot all round this end. Round in this corner. So I think what I'm going to do, IPA it. So now we sort of now know where this is coming from. This is why voltage injection sometimes can help you to be your best friend, because you can pinpoint it. So what I'm going to do, I've switched it off. It is pulling. Something's pulling around this corner. I can see it. It's giving nearly a 2 amp. It's nearly calling a 1 amp draw. Oh, it feels like it's coming from. It feels like these diodes. No. Feels like a couple of items. It feels like this green bogey capacitor's getting warm. It is. It's that capacitor. It's that. I'll tell you what it is, guys. It's that. It's getting hot. It's pulling. It's really getting hot. It's starting to get hot very quickly. Put my hand on it and it's getting really toasty. I thought it was these diodes. It's actually not. And what did I say about them earlier on? I said, if these ain't pulling properly, this can give you the short. But again, we're definitely onto something there. Oh God, look at all that. It's all over my head. So it looks like this might have failed. Because that's getting really, really warm. And I mean, these green bogey capacitors, they did say they could actually fail at some point. So remove it. Yeah. So remove the cap and then test again. Good shout. Right, I'm going to turn her off on that. Well, that's interesting. What did I say? So I said to you, didn't I? They did say on one of the Redmaphones on these the Atairs, they did recommend. And when I've done a capacitance check on my meter, on the ESR meter, should be registering at 15. These should be virtually near enough on the 0 reads. I'm going to leave that wire injected onto there because we're going to come back to it. I'm going to take that cap out. That cap's getting really hot on one side very quick. It's pointing directly to it. And it's right next to that IC chip on that cap. So it's, hold up, got to try and find where these are. It's that one and that one. Right, okay. That one and that one. Where's that flux? That was a good shout, guys. That was a very good shout out. This could be the cause of the problem. It's like you said, isn't it amazing? And a bloody capacitor can cause it to stop it from not working. Ow. Fuck, that didn't have to get hot. She gets hot very quick. Oh, I think that's the wrong leg. It is. I've unsoldered, I've unsoldered the wrong ones. Hang on. There's so many components on there. I think it's these. It is these ones. Where's that solder wick? Hold on, guys, I'll read your comments. Give me a minute. It's interesting, no? It's definitely interesting that Now it's that was getting hot. I went, you know, they shouldn't get that hot. So, like you said, voltage injections on something like that obviously does come in handy to try and find the cause of your root of your issue. Yeah, that should be out now. You've got to be joking, it's still not coming out. What? Finally, she's out. God, I wanted to put up a fight. Seriously, wanted to put up a fight. So this is obviously the culprit. Oh, guys, there's the issue. Look, I found it. This is gone. Look what I've just come across. She's got a hole in her. She's been burnt. She looks like she's been burnt right through on the corner. Well, I would say that is probably the reasons why that was the capacitor's getting hot, unless that's just chipped. But we'll test the value anyway. Well, that's not good. I need to put some I need to clean that board up a bit. Cool. Yeah, that's obviously not a good sign to actually see that on the corner of it. To remove that cap, test again. Anyone, you can turn down your overhead view cam and exposure. Trouble is, and I've got these bloody things right on that. That's what's causing it. It's too much glare. That's only on one on that front. If I switch the other one on, I'll show you what happens. It actually does that. It evens the light out even more, and that's 2. So they're preset, obviously. Oh, I see. No, it's fixed. Yeah, and inject it again. Before I do that, now I can see a little bit better. That looks like it's just, I don't know if that's a chip or that's been chipped off or that's damaged. I can't really tell. But that obviously it's not great. This is what was getting hot. So first thing, where's my little voltage tester on that front? Oh, here she is. She's here. Let me plug her in. Sisters 1 to 3. Let's see if it reads. It should be reading 234, give or take. No, it's actually gone. It's completely to resistance 1.19 ohm resistance. So that's failed. It's completely failed. Yeah, that's it. That's failed. So that is just, it's game over. That should not be reading. I'll test it again and put it in a different reading. Unknown or damaged. It come up with resistance. It shouldn't be reading that. We'll test it again. I've got it in leg 1 to leg 3. No. It can't seem to test for some reason. No, it's coming up. Let's put that block back in and test it on here. And I'll test it from pin 1 to 3. And then test it again. I'll hold it down. If it still comes up, no, it's coming up resistance. So it's got resistance 1.25 ohm. So it's gone. So we found a bad part. These green bogey resistance on that. So the resistance is failed. They're supposed to register. That's got 104k ohm resistance. So it's 1.2. So is that failed? It looks like it sounds like to me it's failed. The other one was reading 224. Been it's shorted, yeah. I thought it would be. Yeah, it's just shorted out. You need to inject voltage in it now. Yeah. And now let's see if we got a ground on it. Now she's out. Now I can test it. You're right. We'll put her back. That's a pisser. Absolutely pisser. So we found the problem then. So that's what's causing the ground to short. Sausages day in the kitchen. No, Worms is off with his sausages. Get the bangers out. So negative leg to the capacitor. Right, straight to the 5-volt rail. Worms, I reckon you should do. Worms, I reckon you should do a live cooking show. What was it? Worms, really? Yeah, just sausages with a slide. Oh, that's nice. Should it go to the green plastic cap thingy? Andy, you might be able to put that in your bin. So this could be like I need to order one of these up. I'll need to order a couple of these up actually. I should replace these. Sausages, rice and veg. Nice. Rainbow. That's it. Oh no. So I'm going to switch her on and see if we get that short now. Obviously, that was right next to that IC chip. So let me switch her on and see what happens. Sounds nice. Sausages, underrated protein. It should work without the capacitor. Right, opening car for, just, you know, like you said, for testing. Yeah, of course. Obviously, I need to put the game cartridge back in. Where's the game cartridge? Oh, it's under here. Lame-o. Literally, I'm fucking forgetting it. But they do have protein. Yeah, there's not much protein in sausages. Yeah, it's what's named on it. Be a vegetarian. You know, try going veggie. It's good for you. I've been vegetarian for like 4 years now, so it don't bother me. Because all my mates are vegetarian. Right. Let's see if that comes up. Again, that come up 1.2, didn't it? Right, with that's now taken out. Let's switch her on and see what happens. 5 volt. Straight away 5 volt. 0.31. Yay! We found the problem. Fixed. Now we know 100%. You wouldn't think, would you? A capacitor would cause you a 5 volt rail short on that front. Very nice. Do you know what? So that proves if you don't have a thermal camera, the best thing is the field test, right? Now that don't also mean that you're going to find the issue even by feeling, because if a component's completely stone dead, then you need to inject it around that area to find the problem, what's causing it. But you can still use IPA or the finger test. Proves it. I've just done it with my fingers with 5 volts. Because like I said, I got 9 at the top, 5 wasn't pulling from the bottom. It was pulling 1.2. Well, obviously, that's what the 1.2 draw is. This was what's causing it. It's bloody annoying. My brain was an electrical size, should be rating and tested it. Good. So it's clever enough. So, can I put that can I put that back in now? Now I've found the current operator that's causing the headache. Can I put the voltage regulator back? Would it still power up without that 1.2? Yeah, put the LM back. Right, okay. Well, that's good news. Yeah, it will work without. Will it? Oh, right, okay. But obviously, 5 volts then is going to go directly into the chip, because that's what that, obviously, because it comes from about here, that's what that does. Perhaps, yeah, but when it damages the chip, it'd be all right for a short while, wouldn't it? Just literally, just to see if I get a picture. I just want to prove if it gets a picture or not. It may do. It works, yeah. Yeah, you'll see if it works without it. Yeah, let's try. You're right. Bloody annoying, isn't it? Straight away, little tiny component. Wow. Obviously, it don't tell you in circuit. I mean, again, even if you had the schematics, it still don't help you to diagnose the problem. Well, something else. Again, I'll put that on my learning curve. Now I can look back at these videos and they can help me to remind me what to look for if I ever do get another one. If another one comes up. If I can get this one up and running, I'll auction this one off. Because I don't need two. Or, there's a possibility that I could put this in a giveaway. So, it ain't going to make no difference to me. As long as I've got a working one, I don't care. So I'll get this one up and running. I'll probably end up doing that, you know, guys. You guys have really helped me out, so I'm going to put it in it, but I'll probably end up doing it. Got such a good community in here. And it's not as if I've short on consoles. I've got bloody hundreds of epoxy things. So someone can have their hands on a lovely Atari 2600. I'll have to get that part ordered up though before I do that. Voltage, right, where's that LN voltage regulator? Hold up. It may do. I think you're right. I think that's what they do, Ozzy. I think they do use that for soothing. Yeah, Ozzy, you know you were saying about yesterday when I was doing the sharp radio player and it was dull on one side, right? It's the speakers, right? I plugged the other side on the left hand side and the cassette played lovely and clear. When I put it to the right hand side, it sounds muffled. So it's obviously that could only be down to capacitors, or because it don't do it on the radio. Sounds a bit distorted when I turn it up, and the record player does. So that's more pointing towards capacitor side that could be causing the issue. And remember, I took that from that donor one that wasn't great on that front. But one side plays lovely, the other side sounds a little bit low, and it's not the greatest. And it's not the speakers, because I swapped both speakers around to see if it does it, and it don't do it. So it seems to be, it has got that sort of issue on it. But I've ordered that thing on it, the screwdriver, because it's a special screwdriver on that. Right, I need that LN chip. Oh, fucking hell, yeah, good luck in trying to find that. You're not going to find that in a hurry. I cannot believe that's gone faulty. Oh, here she is. She's over here. Stuck with a load of it. Is it an output transistor? What on the? What are you talking about on this? Yeah, this is a this is the voltage regulator. On this one. No, I'm talking about that record player I was doing last night when I was doing the live stream. I put it all back together. Worms cracks me up. Hot glue it. Car 4 saying put Velcros on it. This is literally right. I might have to do a little bit of repair damage on this because obviously now we've got trace damage on this. So this is going to be great. So I'm going to need a capacitor's leg, and I think I've done this last time. And then bung a little bit of solder mask. No, or the no on the amp. Do you know what? I don't know. Is there a there could be transibly on the amp. I don't. I'll have to have a look. Back eating there. Does it work? Well, I've got to now do trace repair now, Worms, because obviously when we took that out so much, we've damaged the traces on it. Look. Again, this is what happens to Atari boards. I only done it once and straight away it took it straight off. So now I've done the same thing now again, because these boards don't take too kind to too much heat. But you can't go too low because otherwise it won't melt it. It's absolutely mad. But we did find the culprit. That is definitely... That's supposed to register at 104k ohm, right, on that front. The resistance on that, but that's obviously the culprit. It seems like it's pointing directly to that. It's not supposed to register. It's not supposed to register like that. I think that's what I think that's what's causing it. Because as soon as I took that off, it drew the 5 amp draw. So car 104k is 100. No, that was actually weren't reading. It weren't reading nowhere near that. It was coming up 1.04 R as a resistor. So obviously it's not supposed to be a resistor. And as again, if the resistance is if the ESR too high, obviously it reads like a resistor, and that's obviously that's exactly what it come up. It come up R as a resistor. So now this is acting like a resistor, not as a capacitor. So I reckon that's. And as soon as I took that out, that then didn't take a 1 point. It didn't take a 2 amp, 1 amp draw. It went straight to 5 volts. So obviously, as soon as we took that out, that's it. It solved the issue. I thought, oh, there you go. Because I went, oh, that's getting toasty. She shouldn't get that hot. So I'm gonna have to solder this one up. This one should be. I don't know if this one's the 9 volt. So we've got that one on there. Clean your tip, as Andy always says, and he's 100% right. Make sure your tip is clean. It will not stick. So all I've got to sort out now is a leg for, and I need the grinding pin, because now obviously I've destroyed the grinding pin now. Ain't going to grind out unless I cut a capacitor. That's actually a good tip. Always use a capacitor. Because the capacitor's legs, I think that's what done it. It should read 100 nanofarad. No, it's not reading nowhere near that car for. It's coming up as a resistor. You see it? I'll pull it on the meter. I can pull it on again. I'll show you what it comes up. It's own time for sleep. Wish me luck. Bye all. Ozzy, thank you so much, my friend, for joining. Stu, how you doing, my friend? It's a low ceramic bipolar capacitor. Yeah, I felt like I had bipolar on that point. I know the feeling. I'll show you what it boots up. How you doing, my friend? I'm going to put it on ground 1 to the 3rd pin, right? I'll show you what it reads. And I kid you not, it does, seriously. It comes up a resistor. It's not supposed to read as a resistor. It's a capacitor. There you go. It's coming up as a resistor. It's got RS. It's got R for the resistance, 1.1. 1.14 ohm resistance. So straight away, this is failed. It's not reading. It's acting like a resistor. That's fucked. Makes sense because as soon as I took it out, I got the 5 amp draw. I didn't get the 1 amp because I thought there's a 1 amp draw. It's a 1 amp short straight away. It was pulling it down and it went into the red. And I went, well, that's not right. And as soon as I touched it, it got red hot. But again, these are notorious. Again, in the forums, they did say, which I did say, some of the ESR readings on these are off the scale. My one's 15. They shouldn't read 15. These shouldn't pull no more on the ESR meter readings. It should be no more than 3. But one's reading on mine 15. Yeah, I mean, if they get too high, they act like a resistor. That's exactly what's happening. Remember, Atari's, the way they lay it all out is unbelievable. I said to you, didn't I? I said, there's a bloody short somewhere along the line. Right, I need another, I've got to get another capacitor. Well, that should be fine. I've got 100 epoxy things. Yeah, good luck trying to find it, no. You're not going to fucking find that in a hurry. Oh, yeah, right. They're right over here. It's alright. I'm going to take, what's the shittiest ones? I'll take the small one. Well, it's good, guys, that sort of helped me to narrow that down a bit, which really helps. Because, like you said, that really, obviously, getting to that point of trying to find that shortness on that ground on it, which really does, that's what you need. You need something like that. Right, I'm going to take that leg. I'm going to see if I can scrape. Where's my... I only need to scrape a bit of that solder mask off, didn't I? Just ever so slight. Oh shit, hold up a minute. Yeah, it is. Because the middle pin is the ground. Should be alright. Can't see why not. I really need my grinding pen. That's what I need. I need fucking God knows. Got a state. Yeah, guys. Look at. Yeah, you can tell I'm organised, didn't you? Literally, like, you know, 6 foot table obviously don't mean nothing. And then I could wonder why I can't find nothing. Ha! You literally think, oh yeah, it's right in front of me. Found it. The dog has it. It's alright, I've got it here. Oh, that makes that job so much easier. It really does. The right tool for the right job. So I'm going to tin her up. Bit of flux. I'm going to get tin her up, and yeah, see if she'll tin up. Yep, she does. Nice. So now I'll take that leg. Oh, excuse me. I've got the burps there. Now I can't find the leg. Nope, the leg's here. Yeah, the dog ate it. The dog eats everything else. God, Jesus. Actually, I might not have needed that because that looks like that's worked lovely. That's nice. Right, she's done, guys. I've done it. What I've done, I managed to tin part of the top part of the leg. I'll show you what I've done. Let me clean my tip. Troy Addy said keep your tips clean because, you know, it makes it nigh impossible to bloody stick to everything. So what I've basically done, I'll show you what I've done. Now I can't keep taking this off and putting it on because I'm really doing a lot of damage here. So obviously I've managed to get the shoulder part of the leg, right, that goes to the top part there. The middle goes to the ground, which I've managed to short. And I also got a bit on the 5-volt rail on that because again of all the trace damage. But you know, she's done. She's on. She's good. So can I call you Mister? Yeah, I think first things first is give her a little bit of blast with the IPA and give her a good clean. Always clean your work. Yeah, that's all right. She's stuck down. I can see it. It's actually not bad. Comparing to what I've had to do there, that's not done too bad. Right, obviously, now we should not be getting the 5-volt short. You know, putting this back now. I knew it was going to be something on there. I had a really bad feeling. I said, if this is obviously it's still got bloody IPA all over it. I mean, I drenched that with IPA. Right, she's plugged in on the board there. I'm going to put this up here so it don't shorten anything out because I don't want it grading anything out. Now I'm going to put the cartridge back in because obviously it won't work without the cartridge because it has to complete the circuit. Right, I'm going to turn that off, plug that in. Right, now this should not be getting hot. It should barely get warm to the touch. Right, so we've took the 5-volt one from the top. Let's see if this gets hot. Got green light on the thing. Should just get warm and it should stay warm. It shouldn't get hot. Now I can feel a little bit, tiny little bit of heat, pulling on that. It's tea. It's tea time. Pardon, Vicar, it's the tea. Now, guys, now that's just barely getting warm. She's running. She's absolutely running. So I'm going to prove that now. Right, let's plug her into the TV. That's just staying barely lukewarm, which it wasn't before. So let's plug her into the TV. Let's see if we get something. And if you did, I didn't fix this. You guys helped me out because you helped me to point in the right direction. So again, thank you to the community. Absolutely fantastic. Really appreciate it. It's just navigating something on that front to get you to the right side to give you the output it needs. Yeah. That nearly come on. So what I need to do, oh no, hang on, it's wrong remote. It's fucking wrong remote in that one. Channel. Here we go. Yay! She's working, guys. Fixed. The only thing is, it's in black and white. Now that could be down to the nice. So that could indicate to me that is down to that capacitor. But We didn't have an image before, which we now have. So, unbelievable. All for the sake of science, that capacitor must film it, go straight to the chip. Nice fix. Absolutely unbelievable. You wouldn't believe, would you? For the sake of that, that's caused it at the end of the day. Let me turn that light off because it saturates the light. And if I turn that one off, you can actually see it goes black and white. It's just because this is a colour TV. You can play it. Hold up a minute. It might be. Because I forgot, one of these plays black and white. Hold up a minute. Hold up, I've just looked on here. It might be in black and white. It is. Let's try that again. Second take, right? Weren't fixed. Just ignore that bit. You switch her on. No, obviously. I thought, oh, it might be in because it's that. Black and white is down. Colour is at the top. So it was in colour. So would that be down to that capacitor? Retune the TV. That's what, do you know what? You've read my mind, Chris. Absolutely 100%. Would it be because it needs to be retuned in? I'm going to fine tune it, see if it does. No. So it means that capacitor means it must be like a filter. I mean, it don't matter. It's broadcasting. I mean, it was originally. What if you had a black and white TV? It could be. It could be a dodgy switch. Yeah, there's a possibility there, Worms. 100%. So the top is colour, and that's barely staying warm. I've got my finger on that. I'm going to keep my finger on that voltage regulator. Make sure keep an eye on the chips as well, because I don't want them getting too hot. Put IPA on it. Now the voltage reg, I've got my finger on it. Look, got my finger on the voltage regulator. Voltage reg, I've got my hands on the chips. No, it's fine, absolutely fine. That could be a filter cap then. Just testing them diodes on there, make sure. Well, I'll order one of them caps up then. Well, I need to order a couple of them caps because I really need to change mine. They shouldn't be registering at 15 on the ESR meter reading. That's ludicrously high. They did say change them. Just make sure nothing else is... I mean, it's not high voltage. I would not be putting my hand on this board if it wasn't high voltage. But my finger stayed on that voltage regulator. Absolutely fine. No, it just goes back to black and white. So, obviously, that's black and white. That's supposed to be colour. So that's got to be down to something to do with the colour then. Obviously resisted it, but hey guys, the main thing is we got to the culprit obviously on that front, so she's back up and running obviously, but it ended up being that it's turned into, instead of it being in nanofarad, it ended up acting like a resistor, and that's what happens when it gets too high in ESR. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I can Google it, but I'm pretty sure that when I read up, if the ESR readings, if the value's too high in it, it acts like a resistor, and then it can actually cause a ground to short. And it obviously proved it it was pulling a ground one short on that rail. But now I know, I can now look back. So really, I'm glad the perseverance side, it did pay off. It did. Obviously. Yeah, that's not an ESR value, no, that's just shorted. No, that's right. No, but when I tested some of the others, the resistance were, when I did put this through the ESR meter, because this is a capacitor on that front, yeah, it was still shorted. It was still coming up. It was acting like, you see it come up R as a resistor. And I went, no, well, that's not right. But it don't matter. Now I can put this partly back. I wouldn't say it's 100% fixed, but we did get to the cause. And that was right next to that IC chip. So I think in future, if you ever do get a ground on one of these, first things to check is check these capacitors, check the voltage reg, check the resistance of the capacitor, and on the negative side of the leg. And if you're still getting a ground, then basically do what you just said. Separate it from the board, solder one side to the top part, which is the 9 volt. Inject 9 volts to that to see if you've got 5 volts coming out the bottom. If you are, it's not the top part. And it's like you said, that's a good tip. So again, dealing with this vintage retro stuff, that's at least nice to know that now I can take it directly. I don't have to take it direct from that. I can take it directly from this and see if this is the problem or this is the issue. In fact, and I said to you, as soon as we found out this was okay, it was this, it was pulling it down. So, unbelievable. But we got there in the end. I'm going to have to order, what I'll have to do, because this is both, my one's a revision B, I won't muck about, I'll change all these out. Because obviously these are all going to fail, and they did say on the forum, these are known for failure. At the end of these greedy bokens, these bogey, what they call bogey capacitors on that ones. So I'll probably like just write down the values, and I'll order 2 lots, and I'll just swap them all out on this board, because then I can then totally eliminate that this won't never happen again. Because what if I replace this? It'll work here, and then and one of these other ones go. Then you're gonna have you're gonna have a 5 volt short again, and then take out the voltage regulator. I bet there was nothing wrong with that voltage regulator then, wasn't there? This was the original, because this was a brand new one that I put in. But if I put that back in, I bet that bloody well works. But I reckon it might have already done the damage, because when I tested it, it wasn't, yeah. Did it say 6? It did. It said 6.8. So it probably did kill it in the process. So, oh, that's a shame. So really, he took out that, basically. Bin. Yeah. Definitely put it in a bin. But it's nice to know, now I know what to look for if I ever do get another Atari 2600 or a Junior. Because the Juniors are identical. Wouldn't trust it. Yeah, definitely. 100%. So first things first, let me put back my one. And then, because obviously my one now works on that front. Hold up a minute. I think that other one had a... Oh no, because it was actually in here, wasn't it? No, it did. I thought it was something missing. Hang on, guys. There's a bit of cardboard missing. You're supposed to go inside it. Yeah, there you go. It's a shield to stop it from showing all of the stuff at the back of it. That's how it's supposed to go. So what it's supposed to do is protect all the shielding if something drops onto the top of it. Hold up. Something's not right about it. Ah, it goes on the bottom. So it's a bottom shield. There you go. And there it should say, yeah, there you go. So it's a bottom shielded. Bloody annoyance, no, to thinking that two single components can be, one component could just literally wipe it out. That goes to show how delicate that these things are. They really are. Yeah, it was shorted bin. It's a shame though. It's definitely a shame though, Carfors. Like you said, you think that 9 out of 10. Once upon a time, we couldn't fix nothing on that front. So in a short period of time, and it's funny now, it's that's the hardest part with all electrics, right? Regardless that if it's retro or modern, that I think more modern stuff tends to fail more quicker than what retro does, because it can take out numerous items, especially the PlayStations and the Xboxes. You know, they seem to be notorious. You know, yeah, you'll see all kinds of things on this channel. yeah, magic smoke, falling off chairs, the dog eating tin foil and screwdrivers. Yeah, what else is there? Oh, blowing up car radios. Yeah, that's all right. I mean, you don't get to see that too often. I don't do that intentionally. It's just that these things just tend to happen. You think, you know, for crying out loud, seriously? As soon as Falcon comes on, he keeps reminding me of the chair. I think, oh no, he's back. Quick, hide. Oh, but I knocked it on the floor. He's smoking in chat, watches of advisedly, and he sees nothing. Then all of a sudden he comes on and he says, "Hang on a minute." he was on. I was watching Ace this morning while I was in bed. Yeah, I couldn't be bothered to get up. Mum went, "You're late." At the end of the day. And I was watching Ace while I was laying in bed. Bronson, obviously, on that front. Hold on. Why is that one over more than that one? Strange. No, that's not right. Right, I'll take this one back out. Yeah, he was working on a Xbox. It is Series X in bits. That other one he had looked like a card run over it. I mean, you know, I've never seen that. Oh, there's you. Nearly fell out. Holy bloody. Now I've got to get this back in. These are buggers to get in. They don't want to line up. What it is, you're supposed to sit. You've got like a sitting arrangement on these. And obviously, right there. It's got to sit back. That's it. That's where it's got to sit. I've got the holes now lined up. Okay, unbelievable. One holds that ending, and then the other one. Cannot believe that the bloody green bogey capacitors fucking notorious for poxy things end up packing up. Oh no, the TV's decided he wants to turn it off now. I'm not surprised. I can't turn it off. I really don't like these smart TVs. It's like my big 85-inch TV. I keep getting an issue. It's not connected to the net. I won't connect it to the net. No. It keeps coming up auto HDR and I can't turn it off, and it's got a lot of options on it though. It's ludicrous. It's like the bloody options you've got on it is absolutely stupid amount of options. Right, cool. Okie dokie, piggity pookie. Now obviously I'm written on this one working, so I know that I can eliminate. And then I can put these back in. That one can go back in. Cool. We should have had another short one. It could be anywhere on this table. It's like take your pick. Like, yeah, where? Ha! It could, oh, we are. It's here. I was just going to say, where? So that cap must cause something in it then to cause that to go to colour. Oh yeah, I've not put the bloody thing in, have I? I want a banana. I had to put that on because I just realised, I think, why I've got no picture. It was working. I see Kylie Minogue doing a tour again. She's on one of her tours. I don't mind Kylie. She was actually quite a good singer. She's good. She, again, typical 80s. She was battling cancer, bless her. Well, there's not much in it, is there? I mean, really, that's an Atari 2600. Fucking look at the guts in it. All you got is a main board and that part there. The rest of it was bloody plastic. Unbelievable. Cool. Now I can put the 4 screws back in. Now this is my working one, so I will test it. Make sure. Shouldn't do because I've not touched it. Now, the best one to go for was the Atari 2600 Junior. Obviously, it and you had the 4800, didn't you? Like I called that the Pro version because you could play Coleco games on it as well, which was again it was the only Atari console you could actually, and I'm pretty sure the Pac-Man Junior could actually play Coleco games on it as well. You can actually plug the cartridges in because they look very similar to the Atari 2600s. Right. So I'm gonna unplug this. Let's just test my one. Make sure my one is all fully working. Right. Plug the. What the? Right, we can plug that in at the back. Let's see if we got. So we near enough got. Crap, that absolutely. Should do, because I've not done anything other damage to it. Lol. They should have come up by now. Should have had something. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Channel 36. Of course. And that's fully working. So, obviously, a bit of black and white works. So just colour. Yeah, it's alright. Yes. The old classic Atari sounds. You do get quite a lot of lives on the Atari. It's actually quite surprising. That should be the last life now. Shouldn't be no more. There you go. So you get about 4 or 5 lives. It's actually quite a lot, which I was really surprised. So she is fully up. That one's fully up and running because, like I said, all that had was a bad pot. So 1981. So cool. Okay. Take her out. I'll tie this back up. Obviously, I don't need to undo all this again because this one's fully working. The games were hard back in them. I tell you what, they bloody were worms. You weren't kidding. I've got that multi-cart that's got every single game that the Atari's done, right? And they're enough good, them multi-carts. They're worth it. They're about 26 quid, right? But you've got every single game on there. The only downside is they give you the setup, but they don't give you the ROMs. But you've only got to Google it. You can go back into, there's an archive. It's called archive.org, and it's got everything. That's all backed up. But the only downside is you've got to convert the files. The files that it's in, it's got every single game there for the Atari 2600, right up to the 4800. And they're in a special format, but you can use a special piece of software because, again, you can do it online. It takes ages. And I managed to convert all the files that the Atari sees. I think they're like a dot file or a DAT file that he see. As soon as I converted them, it saw one. I've done one just to see. I don't want to do hundreds and they're all wrong. So I've done one file and then it saw it. That's how I managed to put every single Atari game onto the actual stick itself. So, well, this one's, so she's back up, like I said, all I've done. But again, I might do that mod. I might actually see if I can put a 5V on that to see if I can light that up. But really, I wanted that light up just a solid colour and not multicoloured. I didn't really want to turn it into a multicolour game at the end of the day. But again, the switches, these switches are really jank. They're not the greatest. But that's one sorted. Now obviously the second hardest part is, now we've sorted out the issue. I mean, obviously I desoldered this. I took this off the bloody board because I thought there was a problem with it, and this was obviously for the RGB. That annoys me because it bloody wasn't. It ended up being that faulty chip because I said this was working. Here, now it says on here, for all your Atari needs, right, at the end of the day, for the ST needs, please visit stfreaks.co.uk and you get a 10% discount at the end of the day. Might want to take notice of that, Worms, on that front. I'll put it actually a link in on my Discord, because if you need any bits, this bloke's really good. You can get parts. I forgot about him. I put it in there and what did I do? Forgot about it. So obviously that didn't help me because I couldn't find it. Now I've just found it. So yeah. Yeah. Obviously, here's the bad pot. I found the pot. This is the pot that broke, right? This is the one that went mangled up when I touched it. The leg broke on the side of it. So couldn't use this. This is what went bad. So again, it's another bad component. So there was multiple issues with this Atari ST at the end of the day. So I had a bad pot, which I had to change. I tried this type of pot, wouldn't work. And it fixed the pot, but it didn't fix the issue, because obviously the issue that this ended up causing, that was the bad boy that was causing the issue. But it don't matter, because like I said, now we've got to the point of what was causing that ground to short anyway. So I'll keep all these, because it always handy to have pots around. Put a couple of pots around it. Now, I'm only going to put this back temporary because she's got to come back out again. Because obviously I need to solder. I'm going to have to get that ordered up. But guys, I'll tell you what, that's interesting though. At least we have now found the issue and the root cause. If any of these do go bad in the future, especially if you're having some plants that need potting up. Yeah, but actually a nice one there, Worms. Definitely. Oh fuck, I've knocked the flux over. I don't look like that. That's worse than glue. Now, isn't it funny, isn't it? I've been moving this camera around, right, all night, like all tonight, and again, it ain't played up. It ain't played up. Yet yesterday it was playing up. What the hell was going on with this camera? It's mental. So what I need to do is take notice with all them green capacitors, right? Obviously, I've got multiple. I've bin these. Really, I should have like a little. I should have a little wheelie bin like Candy, right, and put all the bad components in, and it shows. But obviously, cannot believe that first of all that went, then that went, that took out that. So it wiped out. So really, just these 3 got wiped out just on that board alone. That's unbelievable, isn't it? 3 components failed miserably for the sake of it. But she is now up and running. Obviously, that worked because that was, you know, not causing an issue on that. Yeah, at least the ICs worked. Yes, because again, wiping out the ICs, trying to get chips for these is going to be really difficult. Really, really difficult. You know you're going to run into issues. But that's the annoying thing, no worms. This was working lovely. That's why, and I didn't pay a lot for it. The other one wasn't working, which is the one over there, which is the one that was working, and that had a broken pot. So they both had broken pots, and that was slung in a box. But there was no power supply with it. And when I did buy a power supply, which is one of these cheap ones, which is the ones I got up there, that's the power supply for it. They would end up being about 8 or 9 quid. So it wasn't a lot of money, weren't going to break the bank. But when I paid it up, it had nothing. I got no, obviously, I checked around all of the voltage regulator. I looked online. They said these can go bad, that can go bad. Also, that can go bad. That can go bad. And sometimes I went, do you know what? Just replace the lot. And it still never made no difference. And when I looked on the board, the secondary board, the bloody pot. And I went, well, that looks a bit janked. Straight away, as soon as I touched it, it broke, which is this part here. And you can't buy these. This one you cannot buy. This is the original Atari. What you have to do is buy the 3-legged version. This is a 50k ohm pot for future reference, if everyone's known, because it don't tell you what k ohm resistance this is. But it was having issues. And this is a 50k ohm, so you need to go to a 50k ohm pot on that one, and it'll have 3 legs, not two. This one's got 4, and you can't get this one because I tried looking for it, I couldn't find it. But I put a 50k pot on, bent the leg over, extended it, it worked lovely. You see it, I've done it on my live stream, and it was all up and running, you know. But I reckon that's what that cap is. I reckon that could be a colour capacitor that actually puts colour back into that IC chip. That's probably why it's going black and white. Can't replace those easily, really. No, it's a shame. So on this, I need to take this back out. I need to write the resistance, but I'm probably going to clean this one up and do a giveaway, because I don't need 2 Ataris in the day. I'll obviously make sure that it's fully functional before I do that. At the end of the day, a nice piece of history to have, because whoever owns it, you want to keep hold of them, because these are enough getting these fetching online. These fetch roughly around about £75 fully working. So on that front, but you guys have been helping me out quite a lot, so it's the least I can do to say thank you. So yeah, I probably will do on that front. Yeah. So yeah, I need to take that back out and write the values, but I'm going to leave it there because obviously it's 6:14. At least we got to the issue. That really did help. So I'm going to say thanks, guys, for joining. But Mr. Worms, thank you for joining. It's Car 4 as usual, thank you. Mr. Hot Clowns, thank you. Pico, can't thank enough. It's one of the biggest fans on that front. So Mr. Christopher, thank you very much. Stuart, thanks for joining. At the end of the day, just having a look back to see who's actually on there. Ozzy, we did say goodbye to Mr. Ozzy on that front. So yeah, because Mr. 8-bit, obviously he's in America, so he might have already gone on that front. Andy is probably already gone, so thanks for joining. Who else? MK was on earlier, but obviously he had to dart off, so you know, thanks for joining on that front. I think that was it. I think that was just Hot Girls and News guys, the usual bunch, and whoever's lurking in the bank. So thank you for joining. There is going to be, I will have to come back to this. So, you know, obviously make sure this is fully working before I do a giveaway up front. So, Falcon. Yeah, thanks, Falcon. And thanks, Falcon, for reminding me from falling off the chair. So, yeah, obviously that goes down well. Well, thanks so much. And guys, you enjoy the rest of your evening. And whoever's still lurking in the background, yeah, definitely. So, obviously, going to come up with something else. So, yeah, chair, thanks, Falcon. Thanks. You're the reminder. You ought to change your name to the reminder because that's exactly you go around and reminding me. Jones 63. Thanks for lurking in there. Thank you, brother, for joining. And yeah, thanks, guys. But nickname for Falcon, we're calling the lurker, right? And the reminder because he lurks around and then that's it. He comes back. Or puts all the memes on all at once at PCDD sort of like live streaming. He's the only one that does that. No one else does. It's classic. Oh yeah, PCDD was on earlier on, so you know if he's gone, thanks for joining on that front. So yeah, thanks guys. It's been right fun as usual. But at least we've managed to find what the issue is, so that's the one good aspect. It weren't a no fix. We did get a fix, some form of fix out of it. Yeah, he swoops in front of the room and cause chaos, and he swoops off. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll be joining you guys again, obviously, very, very soon. Obviously, on someone else's stream. So, have a great rest of the evening. Catch you guys later. Thanks a lot.